Good afternoon to all the participants.
Good afternoon, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you who are participating today, the students, the teachers, and the principals and the management of the schools, the organizing committee, and the scientific committee who are evaluating the projects. I welcome you all to LAKE 2020. It's a conference on ecosystem structure, functions, goods, and services. So to give you a brief heads up on the conference, this conference of LAKE 2020 or LAKE conference basically started in the year 1998, and it's a biennial conference, which means it happens once in 2 years. And ever since it was started, it has been conducted with a specific theme each year. And this year's theme being ecosystem structure, functions, goods, and services, as you all know. Under this main theme, we have 20 sub-themes which were given to you. And based on those sub-themes, you have selected your project, done your research work, and presented in 2 rounds of evaluation. And after which, you were segregated as a poster or a paper presentation. And the morning, we had all the poster presentations for the 10th standard category. And right now, that's the afternoon session, we have the paper presentations. So I wish all the participants the very best for their presentations. I have the list here with all the PPTs which are sent. So you all know the instructions through the previous rounds and the email, but I'll just repeat it. You will have 8 minutes to present, and you will hear the first bell at 6 minutes, intimating you that you have just 2 minutes left. And in those 2 minutes, we request you to wind up your project and conclude it before the second bell that goes on at 8 minutes. So we will start the session. And before we start, TVR sir wanted to address you all. Unfortunately, due to some other commitment, he was not able to be here in this session right now. He'll be joining in a little later. Okay, so he has sent a video from yesterday, which he wanted to share with you all. So I'll just play that video, and then we can start with the project presentations.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
To all of you, I invite you to Lake Symposium, Lake 2020, scheduled during 28th to 30th December 2020, to choose the finalists for the symposium. Among the student category, we have scheduled a session today to evaluate the project. Today, the 9th standard kids will be presenting, as well as they are doing the poster presentation. Both paper presentation and oral presentation will happen. You are invited to attend both the sessions, morning and afternoon. More importantly, you need to take part during the 28th to 30th December, all the sessions. So we will announce the finalists and the winners during that day, those days. One of those days we will do it. So it could be one day among those 3 days. So now with that, let us try to understand the theme of the conference, why we are organizing the conference. The conference is to bring awareness among the youngsters and all the stakeholders about the importance of the ecosystem. If we do not understand the importance of the ecosystem and how to manage that, if we are not doing it, we'll pay the heavy price. As we see in the next slide, you will see the rivers. Rivers is surrounded by forest. as long as the forests are there, rivers will retain the water. When the forests are removed, the water will disappear from the river and we will face a crisis. As it happened in one of the river basin in the Western Ghats. When I was a student about 25 years back, I used to see a water, there were forests. Today, the same region doesn't have the water. It could be because of the vegetation. To understand this kind of linkages and understand the structure of the ecosystem, we have scheduled many talks during 28th to 30th. If you attend the session and understand this concept, probably you can become a good decision maker over a period of time, or even a good researcher or a good professional. As an engineer or doctor, if you understand how the nature functions, you will be highly successful in your career. Now, we all talk about sustainable development. If you do not want to face the situation of water scarcity, you need to manage the ecosystem. That management will lead to the development, which is sustainable development, which ensures the clean air, water, and environment to all to all children and to all on the earth. And with the sustenance of natural resources, we'll have a clean air and abundant water and a clean environment. Okay. For this, we need to have a sensible citizen with a green lifestyle. This kind of the symposium will give insight how to manage the natural resources like water, the forest, etc. When we have the sustenance of natural resources, there will be a secured environment and everyone will survive and there will be a peace among the society. So now let us try to understand the structure of the ecosystem. This you would have studied in your the sixth or seventh standard. You see that material and energy transfer happens when the producer produces the food and transfer it to the next level. Then finally, whatever is left in the environment is being converted into elemental form by the bacteria and fungi. So that's why when you look at the nature, there is nothing called waste. Waste you will see where there is plenty of use of plastic, etc. That's why when you lead a life which is nature friendly, then probably you are not creating a waste in the system. Today we have waste in the system mainly because of too much usage of plastic in the form of pizza, etc. in the system. Now let us understand this further in the Western Ghats. So I will take you to the Western Ghats, which extends from Kerala to Gujarat. The length is about 1,600 kilometers. Now when you look at the Western Ghats, it is a home for numerous species. Let us try to understand the Western Ghats importance. See, when you look at the Earth, we have about 8 to 12 million species. Out of that, the science has estimated about 1.3 million species. Now that means you have a lot of job to do to identify what we have not explored as on date, understand their food and medicinal property so that you can give the food and medicine to the population that exists on the earth. Now, when you look at the Western Ghats, it extends from Kerala to Gujarat. And if you see that 8 degree to 14-degree latitude, you have the highest number of species. That means this is the region to be conserved. If you do not conserve, you will not have the diversity of life. When you do not have diversity of life, you will not have diverse food or the medicine in the system. Now, for that, let us try to lead a life which is nature friendly. How we can do it? One is if you can minimize the water use, the water wastage, then you are also helping in sustainable development or the sustainable management of the natural resources. When you have a healthy diet, you will also helping in water use efficiency. What is this healthy diet? See, suppose if you start eating more of pulses, there are benefits like the pulses will help in weight management. That means you will not be obese. It helps in optimal brain function. As a youngster, the tomorrow you will be the youth. Your brain need to function. For that, you need to have a healthy diet. Then it is a source of vitamins and minerals, reduce the risk of cancer. It controls the diabetes and blood pressure, and also boosts the metabolism in the body. So that means you will have a healthy body. When you have healthy body, you will think positively. So now let us try to look at the water footprint for growing these pulses. If you see that for growing 1 kg of pulses, you need 200 liters of water, while the cereals like rice and wheat, you need 3,000 to 5,000 liters of water. And also another important thing is if you grow pulses in a villages where human-animal conflicts are there, the animals do not touch the pulse crop. That means you are also addressing the human-animal conflict. That's how you can address the water problem as well as the human-animal conflict by switching over to the healthy diet. Now, to give an example of healthy diet, this is an example of a healthy diet. If you have a 5 varieties of vegetable, 5 varieties of fruit, and a bowl of pulses, you will be very healthy. There are instances people who are switched over to this kind of diet in the night. They, at the advanced age of about 70 years today, they do not have blood pressure and sugar, which was there about 5 years back when they were eating junk food. So, which means the balanced diet in the form of diverse vegetable and diverse food, the diverse fruits and the pulses give the physiological, psychological, sociological, environmental, nutritional, emotional, and spiritual well-being. That is the health of the human. You need not go to the doctor. That's what we'll try to understand in today's presentation, much more insights on these aspects. Now, when you look at the health aspect, your friends have looked so healthy. It is not just merely an absence of disease, but also a state of well-being. A healthy person always thinks positively. Whereas unhealthy individual will always think negatively. He or she will always find a fault with everything. The family, the problem with the family, problem with the children, problem with the society, problem with the government, etc. So that means when you have healthy diet, you will also be emotionally the strong, so that you can lead a happy life. Now, this is a glimpse of the healthy environment. So it also, when you work or when you spend time in this, your body, mind, and the spirit would be this in a harmonious state. That's where you get the health. Okay. So as a youngster, you can all do wonderful job. So this is a bunch of youngsters who have done their doctorates in IISC. So when they do a good job, the country is benefited. So I wish you all the success. I look forward for your active participation. The symposium that is being organized by us might act as a catalyst in your career. I would be very happy if you become successful taking the messages forward. So we look forward for sensible citizens for the country. That is the purpose of this event. I look forward for your active participation during this workshop, the pre-conference workshop, and also during 28th to 30th. I invite you all to the Lake Symposium during 28th to 30th, and the winners of this competition will be announced during one of the days during 28th to 30th. And also, some of the youngsters, we will, as a finalist, we will ask them to do the presentation on one of those days. Listen, I wish you all the success. Thank you very much for listening. And now we look forward to your presentation. The morning session will be the poster, and afternoon we'll have the oral presentation. Uh, wish you the success, okay, in your career.
Thank you very much to Dr. T.V. Ramchandran sir for addressing all the students in spite of not being here. He would have loved to listen to all of your projects, which he will later do by listening to the YouTube video that has been recorded. So right now, as TVR sir rightly pointed out, important all are participating, and those who are present for all the 3 days are the ones which will get the participation certificate. And also the winners of these sessions that are conducted between 20th to 23rd, that is until tomorrow, for the school category, school and colleges category, from 6th and 7th category, 8th standard, 9th standard, 10th, and the PUC, including the 11th and 12th standards. So these categories awards will be announced during those 3 days. That is the Sahyadri Young Ecologist Award. So I wish you all the best for your presentation. Now let's start the session. And before we start, I would like to just brief you about the instructions about the evaluation. All the judges will evaluate you based on three major concepts. First is your PPT. that is how well you have put the data, what kind of color combination you have used, how well you have presented the data are the things that they will look at in the first category that will carry 10 marks. Then you have the second category where they will observe how you are presenting, how well you know your subject, and how well you're explaining the subject. Okay, that's basically how we are going to evaluate you on the second category. And the third is project quality. So how good is your project and how in-depth knowledge you have on your project. So this they will also assess by asking you some questions. So please think and answer appropriately. So once again, I wish all of you the very best on behalf of the entire organizing committee and the scientific committee. So we'll start today's session. As maybe some of you were listening to the morning session, so you all know that three students had exams. So we will start with their presentations for posters. So for posters, the time limit is 4 minutes. With 3 minutes, the first bell will go on, which is an indication that you have to wind up your presentation. And at 4th minute, you will hear the second bell, at which you have to stop your presentation. Yeah, are you there? Aditya?
Sir,
Okay, please ensure you have stable internet connection wherever you are. Okay, you can start whenever you're ready. Aditya, can you hear me?
yes, sir. Now I'm able to hear you.
Okay, you can start whenever you are ready. Please ensure you have stable internet connection wherever you are.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Aditya from class 10, and this is my poster for the forest of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. As you know, Andaman and Nicobar Islands are the largest islands of our country, and they are present at the confluence of the seas of the Andaman and the Andaman Sea and the Bay of Bengal. We, we all know we all know that the Andaman is a famous tourist destination of our country, but most people don't know about its forests nor about this ecological system. So in this poster, we are gonna speak about those. First of all, let's talk about the climate of Andaman. The climate here is humid, tropical, and its proximity to the equator ensures the hot and humid uniform climate throughout the year. The islands also receive rainfall from the southwest and northeast monsoons, and the most precipitation happens between May and December. The normal rainfall at its capital, the Port Blair, is about 2,833.19 millimeters per annum. So the main topic here is about the 2004 Sumatra Andaman flood. You all know that there was an earthquake in the place of Sumatra and Andaman near the South Andaman Island in the year of 2004. This created a huge tsunami which almost submerged 20 islands in this flood. Now, the 20 islands in 20 islands were submerged. Now, but here, the mangroves on the Car Nicobar Island, which is a part of the Nicobar Islands, were resilient to this sudden sea level rise during this flood, and 97% of this mangrove cover in Nicobar Island was destroyed. But there is an exception. The sea-facing rhizopora mangroves were, were resilient to this sea level rise. So now let us talk about what made these mangroves resilient to these floods. The sea-facing rhizopora had roots diverges from stems and branches that penetrate the soil some distance away from the main stem, as you have seen in the banyan trees, where they are called the aerial roots, but here they are called as the slit roots. These roots strengthen the plants to withstand high wind speeds and longer hours of tidal water flooding. And there is also another feature called as the knee roots. Knee roots are horizontal roots growing below the soil surface periodically, which then grow up vertically upwards in regular intervals and loop downwards to resemble a bent knee of a human being. These type of knots are developed at regular intervals many times, and hence therefore they are called the knee roots. Here, these two roots help providing an extra support to the plant on such soft soils and hard soils. The roots help the plant to get raised above the flood zone, and the roots also trap debris and soil to build a mound around the tree, thus protecting the tree's base. Now we are going to talk about the tribes present in these islands. The Andaman Islands are home to 4 Negrito tribes: the Great Andamanis, Onge, Jarawa, and the Sentinelese. The Nicobar Islands are home to 2 Mongoloid tribes, the Champman and the Nicobaris. The Great Andaman has been suffered from the contact of outsiders. And these are the tribes. And what has the government done in taking steps towards the conservation of these forests? The Indian Forest Act in 1927 and Wildlife Protection Act in 1972 provide protection to the flora and fauna without any exception. The Forest Conservation and Act 1980 states that no forest shall be diverted for non-forestry purposes without prior approval. The Environment Protection Act 1986 has had a crucial role in the conservation and management of the mangrove ecosystem. So here are a few suggestions by me to conserve these forests. Fundamental shift in development planning should happen. We should also try to empower the local community to participate in decision making regarding the use of natural resources. We must also develop some environmental friendly agricultural strategies, since agriculture is the main cause of deforestation in these islands. Strict legal action must be taken place, and we must create awareness, and we must improve the human resource, and we should also control the excessive exploitation of biological resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya, for the presentation. Now let's see if the judges have any questions for you.
Aditya?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you list out the importance of mangrove?
Mangroves, ma'am. Mangroves grow in especially marshy area soils. They help in holding those soft soil in its place and prevent soil degradation. They also help in stopping the floods and reducing the cyclone wind speeds intensities.
Okay.
Aditya,
Yes, ma'am.
am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so these mangrove species that you spoke about, how many mangrove species have been recorded from Andamans? Like, you have any idea?
Yes, ma'am. There are, I have not listed here. I think I remember that it was something about 400.
400 species, is it?
I guess so, ma'am.
Overall, in world, how many species are there?
I don't know about that, ma'am.
Okay, so if you happen to suggest conservation measures for conserving these mangroves, what would it be?
We must try to bring awareness among the people and about their importance, and we must also we must first contribute towards the conservation.
Okay, thank you.
Aditya, what do you think is the involvement of the local communities in increasing the mangrove forests, so that they can actively support them during cyclones and other tsunamis? Can you tell me?
Ma'am, the tribes are being actively involved in the protection of these forests. They have created some their own measures on that. One of them is the worshipping of nature and protection of the trees, ma'am. They also try to hunt down encroachers and poachers who try to get into forest without government's permission. They also support some NGOs and governments in conservation acts, ma'am.
Thank you. That's a good answer. And can you tell me, you were talking about the agriculture part of it. So, what are the agriculture that you suggest that will improve their, their ecosystem, so that land degradation will not be there?
Ma'am, I suggest that since agriculture is not practiced much in these small islands, I suggest that they must go for organic agriculture since it's not that harmful for the nature.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Thank you, ma'am.
Aditya,
Yes, ma'am.
what are the threats faced by this mangrove?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the threats faced by the mangrove ecosystem?
Ma'am, I did not hear the question clearly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the threats faced by these mangroves?
Ma'am, I should tell what I did not understand.
What are threats or problems faced by the mangrove?
For programs, ma'am.
Problems.
Problems, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
threats. Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. They're being cut down for various purposes for the timber, as they are hard from the outside and have inside they have a soft timber, and the many of these mangrove species are used in medicinal medicinal field, and therefore are in great demand.
What type of forest can be seen in Andaman and Nicobar Islands?
Sir, it is a combination of tropical and mangrove forest.
Okay.
Do we have any idea about the flora and fauna in Andaman and Nicobar Islands?
Ma'am, I only know a little about the fauna, ma'am. Flora, just I know that the mangroves are there.
Okay.
Aditya, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
You highlighted on various factors how we as human beings or the residents of Andaman and Nicobar Islands are being benefited or will benefit if they conserve the mangrove ecosystem. So how do you think that will impact the biodiversity in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands?
Sir, these forests are known to be the home of various species which are on the verge of extinction and are also on the red list of the book, the red list, sir. And these forests help in give shelter to such species, sir. For example, if you take the megaspore bird, which is the rarest of the birds, is found in this and only can exist in these mangrove forests, sir. So such type of animals can be sheltered if we increase the conservation of these type of forests, that is the mangroves.
Okay, and what role does it play in impacting the aquatic biodiversity?
Aquatic biodiversity. Sir, these trees hold back water after the floods, sir. This may create there is a mixture of this sweet and saline water, which may lead to a creation or the growth of new species of trees or plants which were never had found in Andaman Islands, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Aditya. Are there any other questions for Aditya? Aditya, no further questions. So thank you, and thank you, judges. We'll move to the next presentation now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Sanjana, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, one and all present here. My topic is application of geoinformatics in the ecosystem management. Today, I'm going to talk about the research done on mapping of largest inland body of water, that is Caspian Sea, with the help of Google Internet application, that is Google Earth. First, geoinformatics, it's basically science and technology. This develops and uses information related to science infrastructure to address problems of 6 main branches, that is remote sensing, GIS, GNSS, GPS, photogrammetry, cartography, and DBMS. After mapping of Caspian Sea, the GPS ID coordinates were 41 degrees, 40, 0048 towards north, and 50 degrees, 6689 towards east. Caspian Sea is located in the junction of Europe and Asia. The average depth of this sea is 211 meters, 69 feet, and the latitudes and longitudes were 41.9350 degrees north, 50.6689 degrees east. The water volume is 78,200 kilometer cube. The drop pin measurement I got was 44 degrees 35 bar 25 towards north, 72 degrees 19 bar 21 towards west, and the 46 meters. The drop pin is basically used as a convenient. It's the location marking place at where you are exactly. Some of the images of Caspian Sea was taken by remote sensing high sensors. The description was looking at horizon, an astronaut aboard the International Space Station. The photo center point was 38.5 degree north and 50.0 degrees east. Nadar to photo center is west, and the spacecraft was altitude is 205 nautical miles, 380 kilometers. The below graph shows the changing sea levels of Caspian Sea at different temperatures, and the pie chart shows the concentration of Caspian Sea in the world, that is 27%. According to other Great Seas, the basin countries of this Caspian Sea are some of the Muslim countries, that is Azerbaijan, Iran, Kazakhstan, Russia, and Turkmenistan. Mapping of Lake Caspian Sea and parts of lake surroundings is on the globe on the world map. The primary inflows of this Caspian Sea is Volga River, Ural River, Kura River, and Terek River. And the catchment area is 3,62,600,000 kilometers square. This is basically the area from which the rainfall flows into a river, lake, or a reservoir. The surface elevation is minus 28 meters, and that is 92 feet, minus 92 feet. The surface area is 371 million kilometers square. The average depth is 211 meters, that is 69 feet. The shore length is 7,000 kilometers. According to the weather forecasts, the normal average surface area level is minus 27 meter. It had increased positively up of about minus 26 meters and also decreased negatively down of about minus 29 meters. This was in the year between 1840 and 2000. Now it has positively raised extremely up to minus 24.8 meters. Sir,
You
can
have
hear
1
me?
minute.
Okay, sir. Now it has positively raised extremely up to minus 24.8 meters and also decreased negatively to minus 28 meters down. And during 5 degree to 10 degrees Celsius, it remains at the surface level, but it increases at 15 to 20 degrees Celsius and fully increases at 30 degrees Celsius, that is 41 to 50 degree Fahrenheit, 59 to 68 degree Fahrenheit, and 77 to 86 degree Fahrenheit, respectively. Caspian Sea also provides vegetation to large flora and fauna. And the main sources, like I collected the information, was BBC Earth, Britannica.com, and LifeScience.com. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the presentation, Sanjana. Now let's see if the judges have any questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Sanjana,
Yes, ma'am.
what is cartography?
Ma'am, it is a branch of geoinformatics which was used in olden days to measure the like latitudes and longitudes of the Earth, and also of the states and countries.
What does the map contain?
Yes, ma'am. I couldn't hear you, ma'am.
Hello?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
What does
Ma'am.
Since your voice is breaking,
Hello?
I'll just rephrase the question. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
What does a map contain?
Ma'am, could you repeat, ma'am?
Asking what does a map contain?
Ma'am, it contains all the like latitudes and longitudes, and then like in the normal map or in the like internet map, ma'am.
What are the different components of any kind of map? That's the question, Sanjana.
Hello.
Sulabha, we can hear you.
Okay. So, can you elaborate on global navigation
No, she
system?
hasn't answered the previous question.
Ma'am, like a map, normal map contains the scale and the like how like the indication direction and the like the compass directions, and then like a grid kind of things, and then also nadar points, and then the dropped pin.
Okay. Okay. So, can you elaborate on global navigation system?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, like global navigation system, it's like the branch of geoinformatics. Like it's used as the satellites are like mainly satellites are used as the GNS, and it collects information from the like positions, the geospatial positions, and determines their location. Those are the like global navigation system.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Sanjana,
Yes, ma'am.
other than the six main things that you have listed down here for geoinformatics, what other fields does geoinformatics can be applied other than the lake that you have discussed here?
Ma'am, it can be applied in the space, like mainly in the space to launch satellites. And then from those satellites, the Earth can be viewed by all these, like the management systems. Like the Earth can be viewed
Any
also.
real-time problem that it can be applied for?
Ma'am, what, ma'am?
Any real-time problem that humans are facing or anything like that where it can be applied?
Like if there is any disaster or like flood or whatever, like if it's somewhere in other part of the world, we can just see through satellites, and probably we can help from that, like that, ma'am.
Where do you use database management system?
Ma'am,
Any
that's used in storing information, like the information collected from the other um, s- other branches that can be used as the storing information database management system.
example that you can think of?
um, Ma'am, like the data stored in the applications or in a
Applications?
like the information stored in applications.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
How geoinformatics is used in natural resource management?
Sir, geoinformatics is used as like to view and to study the ecosystem and to like analyze an overview about them.
Sanjana, how can geoinformatics help in species management and conservation?
So like we can view the particular area wherein there is less number of species, like from the satellite systems, and then we
So,
can
say for example, if it's a forest area that I am monitoring, the species I want to observe lives
yes.
in dense forests. So, how can it be visible from the satellite, or how do we use geoinformatics for that?
um, so, so like in dense forests, Sir, I don't know properly, sir.
Okay, Sanjana. Any other questions for Sanjana? All right, Sanjana, no further questions. So thank you, and thank you, judges. We'll move to the next presentation now.
Thank you, sir.
Arundhati, are you there?
I'm there, sir. Good afternoon to everyone present here, and good afternoon to all the teachers. Myself, Arundhati, I'm from Vidyaniketan Public School, studying in class 10. The topic which I have chosen is parasites. A parasite is an organism that lives in another organism called host and often harms it. It depends on a host for survival. Without a host, a parasite cannot live, grow, and multiply. Basically, a parasite, the organism, it lives in another organism and derives as much as nutrition it requires and often harms it. And where are these parasites formed? These parasites are formed in warm lakes, ponds, rock pits, mud puddles, warm and slow flowing rivers, especially those with low water levels, untreated swimming pools and spas, untreated well water or untreated municipal water. The parasites are the most gruesome parasites, and these parasites are treated in a very number of ways. By the first one is by blood transfusion, the second one is by using the antiparasitic drugs to treat the parasites, the third one is the antibiotics, which are the main things to cure parasites, and some acid solutions are used to treat parasites, whereas some of the parasites in the world can't be treated, but to avoid the infection they are given some of the drugs and other antibiotics. So I have done a research on Kannalli, a small village which is located a few kilometers after my Vidyaniketan public school. Here are the pics in the concept map which you can see. It is a small village. It has a lake in it. So there are lots and lots of parasites in this river, and the river is mostly contaminated. And I can see many fish deaths and crab deaths and all these small organisms which live in the water. They are all dead by the attack of parasites. We can see the parasites because by they are affected on the body, and they have grown on the body. The pics also I have, and there are lots of death, and even there are infected cows over there which go around swimming over there, and it is very very bad water, and water is wasted in a whole number, and like water is like nobody over there uses the water. So there is this, but some of the surroundings make use of that water. There is a temple located over there which make use of them, and even for rearing fishes the water is needed. For agriculture also water is needed for animals, cows, human leisure and recreation. But but people over there are not making use of it. Only the temple which is located beside it makes use of this river water. So I have also found many solutions for this Kannalli river water which can be applied. So the solutions are like we have to go on and provide some of bit of education to the people over there to use it, and even rainwater harvesting system should be built around there, because when rainfall comes it can be stored over there. In river only we can build the rainwater harvesting. And also we should clean that river watering during summer when the water is left like when there is no water during summer. Even the cleaning of that river should be done, and also we should bring out awareness and grow beautiful trees around them. And there are many solutions to the river waters and lake waters which can be done by the government as well as by us. It is like like before without making the citizens aware of the importance and benefits of the lakes and wetlands in their lives, it is extremely difficult to implement laws effectively. So we need to provide some basic education to conserve water, because it is the most precious thing in our world. And the solution of to preserve that water is that we can like decorate the lake so that people are attracted and come over there and make use of the water. Like it can be like when then people can make use of it. So we have to grow many plants over there, and it can also be used for rearing fishes also, that water where people are not making use of it. So we should bring out awareness among the people, and I have also tried to do it. I have the videos of that me and some of my few members which I had in my group to like force the people to use that water. I have done the video. Since this is a poster I could not put the video over there. like I can mail that video. And there is a clear like a rejuvenation of water bodies is also recommended for such type of river bodies, and a productive use of limited available resource is important to determine an acceptable level of restoration of lakes. Thank you.
Thank
Sir,
you, Arundhati, for this
is there
presentation.
to talk?
No, that's time. You had only 4 minutes, right? So the first bell was at 3 minutes, and this is the second bell, which is 4th minute.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So judges, any questions for Arundhati?
Give some examples of diseases caused by parasites. Arundhati?
Can you repeat, ma'am? I heard it less. Voice.
Give some examples of diseases caused by parasites.
Ma'am, like for example, even malaria is also the example of the parasite, ma'am. And there are also many other like parasites like protozoa, helminths, and ectoparasites, which causes many diseases like the brain infection and
So, do you have any idea about the water quality of Kanali Lake?
yes, ma'am. Like the water is very much contaminated, ma'am. Like I have the pictures. Like when we see only, we'll get to know the water quality, ma'am. Like it is very contaminated, and people over there throw like make it pollute, ma'am.
So, what is the source of pollution in Kanali Lake?
Can't hear, ma'am.
Arundhati, the question was, what are the... Sorry, go ahead, Asulaba.
What are the sources of pollution in Kanali Lake?
Sources of pollution, is it?
Yeah.
Ma'am, that only, ma'am. They contaminate water by throwing unwanted waste, ma'am. And the lake over there is like before only it was filled with a lot of untreated materials over there, over which the rainwater fills up and the water gets contaminated over them. The main source of the main source for which the water is contaminated is that people over there throw unwanted things, ma'am. That is only the main thing. So that only I said during summers when the lake become empty.
So what do you think? What do you think? How can we reduce the parasite population in Kanali Lake?
As I said before, during summer we have to clean that lake, ma'am, by getting away all the unwanted materials over there, ma'am. And also we should bring out awareness of awareness for the people over there. We should put on some of the boards in their language by telling that we should not do this and that, and it will cause this if we do this, like that. If we take the step only, even people will listen, ma'am. So like people over there like don't know about what will be the effect, so they just contaminate the water. So we should only do, ma'am. And recently there is a temple over there beside, as I said, that has come up with a very good idea, ma'am. They have constructed a rainwater harvesting, ma'am. But for the rest of the lake it is not done, ma'am. Only a part of it is done, but the rest of the lake, like around 1 kilometer lake is there actually. That lake is left out over there actually.
Okay.
Arundhati, the question, I have a few questions. So the first one is this a lake or a river?
It's a lake, sir.
Okay, because in the explanation, there are several times where you use the word river. So I was just a little confused about it.
Sir, I use the word river because like when I was saying the solution for unpolluted water, sir, it applies both to river and like the water bodies, like all the water bodies it implies, sir, including this lake. That's why I told river.
Yeah, but you had mentioned Kannali River. So that's why I got confused. Okay, so the next thing that I wanted to ask is, Have you checked if any studies have been done on Kannali Lake and checked the water quality? If somebody has done it in
Sir,
any,
I'm very much sure, sir. Nobody has done it. I'm very much sure.
have you tried to check online through various
Yes, sir.
sources?
Yes, sir. I have checked and I didn't find anything
Okay,
like that.
okay. And what are these unwanted things that you are referring to, which people are throwing into the lake?
Sir, unwanted waste means like the juice bottles and plastic covers are there, and like the mud pits over there is like that, like plastics, and some of the juice bottles I referred it to. Yeah, like that. Only these two major things I looked at it very much. Yes, sir.
Arundhati, as a measure, as a student going to this Kanali Lake,
Yes, ma'am.
can you just tell me how you and your friends can go there and make this lake into a pristine lake, as you said, creating awareness, drenching the lake, and then taking out all these plastic materials, and then putting up boats. Okay, so other than that, what else can you do as a student community to take up this lake? You should take up this lake, as you should, as a project you can take up this lake. So what else can you do?
Like we can even plant trees over there, ma'am. Like we can decorate the river so that people won't feel to like create like uh, put unwanted materials into that river, ma'am. We can decorate the river like by growing beautiful
Yeah,
trees,
by
or
planting trees. Very good, very good,
we
excellent
can
answer.
also
Thank you.
rare fishes, ma'am. If fishes are rare, like people won't feel it to pollute it, ma'am. And we can also appoint few people to look after there who are located next to the river. We can also appoint them to look after that by telling them to do this or that, like that, ma'am. But the
Yes,
planting
stewards,
trees is
lake
the more,
stewards.
ma'am.
Yes, like lake stewards, you mean?
Yeah, exactly, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Ma'am,
you,
yeah.
great answer.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, planting trees does not mean only trees, ma'am. Even decorative flowers also we can plant over there, like surrounding to the water, like like which we feel so much beautiful that we can plant over there, so that people won't feel like, even for me only, if such type of beautiful things are there, I don't feel it to pollute that. Like that only, even other people will also feel to not pollute that. So that is the most important thing we should notice. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So which organs usually affect, like these parasites affect?
Ma'am, some of the parasites affect brain, ma'am. Brain actually. That some amoeba it comes, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am. I will think of the. There is. And some of the parasites even grow in legs, ma'am, like dracunculus. They grow meters of long from inside the leg. And that brain-eating amoeba, ma'am, exactly. That brain-eating amoeba will affect the brain, and it will cause memory problems, memory loss problems, and some of them will be very very dangerous to our brain, because parasites most importantly derive nutrition by harming the organs in humans, ma'am, and other organisms. And there, even the roundworm, which everybody is familiar, is also one of the most important parasites, which is dangerous to a level. And even the lung parasites, ma'am, actually lung parasites, like they grow inside the lungs, actually inside the lungs, making making our lungs very much weak.
So this is the same with the fishes also, like they affect the brains of the fishes.
Ma'am, I don't know exactly about that, but roundworms, fishes are affected mostly by roundworms. Like I know only this one, ma'am. I'm not familiar because we have to do research on that by doing experiments, ma'am. Then only we'll get to know about that.
From the literature also, you haven't found any study where they have done the parasite infection in fishes and other aquatic organisms?
That they look, ma'am. I had seen some YouTube videos, ma'am. They actually like tear the fishes into two pieces and they actually remove out the parasite and they show that video I'd seen, ma'am. But the name of that parasite I don't exactly remember.
From which organ of the fish did they remove the parasite?
From the middle portion of the body, above the gills will be located, right? That one there. I think mostly that lung only. I think, ma'am. Lung parasite only. It is. I think so because from the gills it was removed.
Okay, thank you, Arindam.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, like I would actually like to recommend a YouTube channel called Kyrgyzstan, ma'am. It is like it was an organization formed by Philip Dettimer, ma'am. It is a beautiful channel to learn so much about science and technology. There is from that channel I found a video on horror parasites, ma'am, which made me so much interested to go deep into this project and find and do research on this project, and that is a very good platform to learn more about the our environment and science. So I recommend everyone to look after that. Thank you.
So, what are the main symptoms in of parasites in humans or animals?
As I said before, the brain-eating amoeba in humans, it actually goes inside the brain and feeds the brain and harms the brain actually. And lung parasites inside the lung, it grows meters of long and it derives.
Symptoms I am asking. What will be the symptoms?
Symptoms like it inside it will cause leg problems, like in dracunculus, like it will cause very much pain. The body, it will become bulge, it will cause very much pain inside the body. And roundworms will cause infections like irritation in their body, like itching problems it will cause lungs. And lung parasites, it will damage the lung, which will make us difficult to breathe actually, sir.
Thank you, Arundhati. Thank you, judges. We'll move to the next presentation now.
Sir, thank you, ma'am.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, Vidyaniketan schools like have exams tomorrow, sir. Can we do like Vidyaniketans now only, sir?
Who is this?
Sir, Advait, sir.
Advait, you will have to wait.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Ananya, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you. You can start when you're ready.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is organic farming in Karnataka. So, organic farming, as you all know, is a form of agriculture where there is only the usage of biofertilizers and there are no usage of chemical fertilizers or pesticides. So, what is the need for organic farming nowadays? So, to maintain good stability of soil fertility and to increase the biodiversity in the soil and to obtain sustainable development, we need organic farming. So, what are the advantages of organic farming? It provides a healthy lifestyle for people. It maintains the biodiversity. And it also, the organic farming, the fruits and vegetables are highly nutritious, which also increases the immunity of people. It also brings a healthier environment for the farmers to grow crops where there is no usage of chemical fertilizers. Hence, farmers will also be not affected by some skin rashes or skin diseases. So, what are the challenges of organic farming? Uh, there are many challenges for organic farming. it is not popular among consumers or farmers, as they're concerned about products, whether it is fake or not. So prevailing mindset of chemical farming, the mindset of people and the government should change. Concerns about pest management is the most big problem faced even in Sikkim. So I've done a table here with some 7 to 9 pests, along with the methods to how to control it. So as you can see, some of the pests like folly army worm can be controlled by adding soil paste. In some of the areas in Karnataka, farmers mix the soil and make with water or urine, and they add it for the plants. So in Karnataka, almost 50% of farmers are practicing organic farming in smaller or larger scales. In this lockdown, there are informations and studies which have said that organic farming has um, increased in urban areas too, where people started organic farming as a hobby, and gradually the organic farming has increased. So it should increase in a in a large scale. So how can we do it? As Sikkim is a 100% organic state in our country, we can we can implement the measures, some of the measures which it had implemented, such as such as tra- starting training institutions where we can educate the farmers in the field of organic farming, or how to prepare biofertilizers and pesticides. Uh, and even in a village called Ontimamidipalli in Andhra Pradesh, they used to make their biofertilizers and chemical pesticides called as Ganjeev Amrutam by mixing pulse flour, cow dung, and neem paste. So that type of measures can be taken to increase the organic farming. So, what are the main products which are exported or produced by India, that are some of the fruits, vegetables, etc. So, by this, we can popularize organic farming in in our state and in our country, and we can obtain organic farming 100%. And even the policies made by government, the government should ensure that the policies are reaching every citizen and every farmer, and we have to bring awareness about the advantages of organic farming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya. Let's see if the judges have any questions for you.
Hello, Ananya. There has been a news in the papers recently stating that all the masalas from India has cow urine or cow dung in the inside the masalas. So, how do you think these kind of things have got into the products while we are putting it for the manure? So, can you explain it? And I also want to understand whether there is an yield increment by using organic cultivation.
Yes, ma'am. We have to use the cow dung or the cow urine in a minimum amount, ma'am. Like if we take 1 liter of cow urine, we have to take about 5 years, 5 liters of water, ma'am. So we have to maintain that ratio so that not much of urine and cow dung is left in the products of the crop, ma'am. And even yield rate in some of the states, or in some of the places, the yield rate has been increasing, and in some of the places it has been decreasing, as the soil fertility or the soil stability is not increasing, or farmers are not able to face the challenges, or do not know the measures to improve the conditions.
Ananya,
Yes, ma'am.
give some examples of pollinators.
Honey bees, butterflies.
So another question is, what is the total production of organic farming in Karnataka?
Ma'am, as you can see here, it's 1.1, ma'am, as per the news article which has been published recently. So I only know about it, ma'am. So
Can you
1.1 unit? What is the unit?
1 second, ma'am. I don't know, ma'am. It's not clear, ma'am.
Okay.
What measure should the government take in order to promote organic farming?
Ma'am, the government of Karnataka has taken organic farming policy of 2017. It has reformed it, ma'am. So like that itself, we have to bring awareness, and the government should take steps in providing biofertilizers at cheap rates so that farmers can indulge in organic farming, or in support in many other, or giving subsidies for the farmers in organic farming, or helping them when there is helping them when there is a loss or something, ma'am, like providing them cheaper loans.
can you give example for organic fertilizer?
Organic fertilizers, like we can only prepare, like we can prepare by mixing neem paste, cow dung, cow urine, that's it. And there are many shops based on biofertilizers and organic fertilizers. I don't remember the names, sir.
What about organic pesticide?
Pesticide, they usually spray uh, urine with water or any other neem oil and essential oils also. In some part of India, they spray as a pesticide. Or
Okay.
Ananya, what do you know about organic mandia?
manure, ma'am.
Mandia. Do you know Mandia on the way to Mysore?
Yes, ma'am.
There is something called organic Mandia. Some festival like that is going on. Do you have any idea about that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Ananya, I have a very simple question for you.
Yes, sir.
Why is organic vegetables or fruits more expensive than the conventional ones?
Sir, it is not like it has not been getting in a larger scale, sir, and due to its nutritional value, or its high nutritional value, people are due to the less production of organic products. Also, people are selling it in a higher prices, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ananya.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, judges. We'll move to the paper presentation now. Judges, please note that Yashasvi also is a 8th standard student who was unable to present on Sunday. So she's presenting today. So after her presentation, Yashasvi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, I'm a 7th grade student. So I will be
7th,
present.
okay.
Yeah, I'll be presenting now?
Yes, Yashasvi.
Okay, sure. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yashasvi Patnaik from class 7E, and I am going to present a study on black kites found in South Bangalore. So can you please go to the next slide? So the topics I will be covering in this paper presentation are the classification, distribution, and habitat, the appearance and how you can identify them based on their appearance, and how are they different from other birds, the nutrition and choice of food, the behavioral study, the migratory study of black kites of India, and the study of black kites found in Bangalore. Then the findings from my own observations near the urban areas and the lakes in South Bangalore, the hypothesis from the findings. Next slide, sir. So here I come to the classification details. They are from the species of Melvis migrants. Their lifespan varies from about 28 to 30 years and weight around 630 to 940 grams. The black kite, it has a few natural predators. However, they do have a single serious predator, the Eurasian eagle owl. Then this is the distribution and habitat. Black kites are distributed in the temperate and tropical parts of Eurasian, parts of Australasia and Oceania, where the temperate region populations tending to be migratory. The Indian populations, they are well adapted to living in cities, in large cities, and you can see them soaring in thermals over cities. In India, the subspecies Govinda, they show large seasonal fluctuations with the highest numbers seen from July to October after the monsoons. Next slide, please. Then the appearance and identification based on appearance. So black kites, they have long, narrow, pointed wings, slim bodies, deeply forked tail. The bill is small and it's sharply hooked. These birds, they're generally dark in color. So as you can see in the picture on the top right, the area near the head, it's brown in color and the wings seem to be darker than the neck. The patch behind the eye appears darker. The outer flight feathers are black and the feathers have irregular marks with different patterns. Their angled wing and distinctive fork tail makes it easy to identify. The genders are alike, though the male is a little smaller and less aggressive. Now, I have taken the example of red kites and how you can distinguish them. So you can distinguish black kites from red kites by the slightly smaller size, the less forked tail. It is visible in flight, and generally they have generally dark plumage without any rufous. Next slide, please. Another example, which is the eagle. So eagles have they are larger sized birds compared to the medium sized black kites. They have a big head, a big beak, long and broad wings, and a fan-shaped tail compared to a small head, short beak, and long pointed wings and V-shaped tail of a black kite. So eagles can be golden, blackish gray, and brown, while black kites are often black, gray, and brown in color. Then the nutrition and choice of food. So black kites they're carnivorous scavengers and they're opportunist hunters. So they prey on fish, birds, small mammals, bats, rodents, lizards, and insects like grasshoppers. They also consume household refuse and carrion. Next slide, please. So now I come to the migratory study of black kites. In India, there's a subspecies known as Govinda, or you can call them the small Indian kite, which is a resident or semi-resident breeder nesting almost exclusively in urban settings. So there had been an experiment in Delhi, in which the black kites, they were tagged with GPS trackers and they crossed the Himalayas in its western portion, traversed or circumvented in the Taklamakan desert of the Xinjiang province and the Tian Shan mountain range of China, ending up in a wide region centered on the Altai mountain range at the intersection of western Kazakhstan, southern central Russia, western Mongolia, and northwestern China. In 3 cases, the kites took an even more westerly route, which brought them to the same destination through eastern Pakistan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. Overall, the tagged kites, they traveled relatively fast, completing 3,300 to 4,800 kilometer journey in 13 to 47 days, progressing on average by 150 to 240 kilometer per day, with significantly faster speeds in the pre-breeding migration. Next slide, please. The observations, these are some of the observations around urban areas in South Bangalore. So the kites, they leave the nest from around 6 a.m. in the morning and get back just before the dark. They're generally seen sitting on top of radio towers and tall buildings on cold days, or they glide at a high altitude. There are occasions where you can see them flying in large groups between 6 to 7, and you can say that they are flourishing in this area. I don't observe any nest of other small birds in the canopy which is near my house, except for pigeons who live off apartment building crevices. It seems that if that they coexist with human settlements very easily, as if by choice. Now, black kites are social raptors, and in winter they form large communal roosts. Next slide, please. The observations around lakes in South Bangalore. So in Holimavu Lake, the day when I went there, I did not observe any kites there, but a huge part of the lake it was covered with water hyacinth and insectivorous birds like cattle egret, Indian pond heron, Ashiprinia. They were found to be active. In Gotigiri Lake, the water level of this lake was low and it was extremely polluted. And there were kites, but they were mostly flying in the suburban area near the lake. In Kotana Lake, the lake was clean and it was buzzing with lots of birds and insects. There were plenty of kites seen. It appeared as they were observing the lake, and they were there due to the fishing activities. Actually, next slide, please. My hypothesis based on my observation. So there's a lot of construction going on in South Bangalore, which must be leading to a lot of digging of soil, which must force reptiles and rodents to come above the ground. This could be a reason for so many kites seen in the area. The black kites have built their nest in a canopy surrounded by tall buildings, which it must be acting as a barrier to cold winds. This patch is secluded from human intervention, so it provides no conflict zone for nesting. Then this green canopy, due to this green canopy, there must be a possibility of availability of rodents and reptiles, because I've seen the kites scanning the patch most of the time, and I've also observed a kite eat a small snake. Then the kites prefer to sit on top of the radio tower, probably due to their roosting behavior, or it makes it easy for the kite to look for its prey. Now, due to lack of its predators and availability of water sources like the three lakes in close vicinity, it has a dominance in the area. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. First of all, I would like to thank IISC to give us this privilege to present on this platform. Secondly, I would like to thank our dear academic sir, Shri S.A. Nair, Principal Srimati Shrikala G. Kumar, and Vice Principal Srimati Savita Suvena for organizing such a wonderful event at our school. Furthermore, I would like to thank our in-charge teachers, Ms. Rajshri ma'am and Chitralekha ma'am for their endless support, and Vijila sir for guiding us to give the best that we can. Next slide, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yashasvi. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Yashasvi?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the breeding season of black kite?
I do not have any information regarding that right now, but I'd like to find. I'll definitely try to find out about that.
So next question is, what is the expected lifespan of black kite?
Around 28 to 30 years, I would say.
Okay.
They have a very long lifespan for a bird.
Okay.
What is the main diet of black kite?
They main diet of black kites. So they kind of hunt for many different things, like mostly fish, birds, mammals, and bats. They are carnivorous scavengers and they are opportunist hunters. So they mostly prey on carrion, and they hunt sometimes. So.
Yashasvi, you have given a clear description about kites, and your passion for kites is very clear in your presentation. Excellently done. And I would like to ask you a question about the ecological importance of kites that you see in the food web and in the food web of the ecosystem. Can you answer this?
Yes, ma'am. As I just mentioned now, they are carnivorous scavengers. So they kind of, feed on the dead animal, dead carrion, and they kind of help. They are like natural cleaners of the ecosystem or environment, and they help us to. They are also carnivores, so they help us to maintain a balance of all the species in the environment. So
Yes. Thank you. Good answer.
thank you, ma'am.
Yashasvi, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, are there any clear demarcation between the genders in black kite?
So from what I know from my presentation is that the genders, like the male is a little smaller and it is less aggressive from the female. So that is how you can differentiate them from a female kite, or you can just differentiate them, differentiate the genders from that information.
Morphological appearances, or like color.
Yeah, that is one of the lines I mentioned regarding the color, that related to red kites, how you can distinguish them. So they have this reddish brown color, red kites, and they have like this dark plumage. So yeah.
So, are the population of these kites increasing over the years, or is it decreasing? And if it is decreasing, why so?
Population. There are many population threats of black kites. Like they have like um, mostly in airports, because ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So yeah, from what I know, they have this threat in like they have some population threats near the airports, like because sometimes when the airplanes are flying and at a high altitude, which is like in the same, which is kind of same as the black kite, it leads to like crashes, I guess. Not the plane crash, but it may harm the bird sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Yashasvi. Thank you, judges. Now let's move to the next presentation. Tanmay, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Tanmay. I am a student of Vidyaniketan Public School. Today I am going to talk about sustainable agriculture. In today's presentation, I will cover the following topics. First, I am going to speak about introduction to sustainable agriculture. Then I am going to speak about sustainability of soil, sustainability of water, and pest management. Finally, I am going to bring about 2 case studies based on Israel model of agriculture and sustainable farming in India. Sir, can we move to the next slide? So these are the various contents of my presentation. Next slide. This was a methodology that I implemented for my project. First, I explored various sources of information to find precise facts about the topic. Then I did a concise study of research papers and scholarly articles related to sustainable agriculture. Then I explored the various techniques of Israel model of agriculture and did a case study on sustainable farming in Sikkim. Finally, I collated all the information in a PowerPoint presentation. Sir, next slide. So first, basically, let us know what is sustainable agriculture. Sustainable agriculture is a form of agriculture which produces a yield which is sufficient for the need of the present world as well as the necessity of the future generations. To give a proper definition, it's a type of farming which involves higher crop productivity, usefulness to the society, as well as reduced effects on the environment. Sir, next slide. Sustainable agriculture involves the emphasis on the 3 P's. The first P is profit, where higher yield is achieved by sustainable agriculture, which brings in higher monetary profits. Sir, next slide. The second P is proficiency, where sustainable agriculture is all about proficient methods which bring about quality as well as quantitative yield. Sir, next slide. The third P is planet. Sustainable agriculture ensures an eco-friendly way of agriculture where minimal effects on the environment are there. This promotes the idea of a green planet. Sir, next slide. Now let's look at the goals of sustainable agriculture. The first goal is sustainability of soil. The second one is sustainability of water, and the third one is pest management. First, let's look at sustainability of soil. Sir, next slide. So soil is an important factor in a plant's growth as it provides water and nutrients. So soil compaction is defined as the hardening up of soil due to which root penetration becomes difficult. Modern agricultural practices have led to decrease in soil fertility, compaction of soil, and soil erosion. So as I told before, soil compaction results in increased soil density and limits the root penetration depth. This adversely affects the growth of crops. Sir, next slide. So how can we prevent soil compaction? Soil compaction can be prevented by plowing the fields regularly. This ensures that large clots of soil are broken. The second way of doing this is by crop rotation with different crops of different root penetration depths. This also ensures less soil compaction. Sir, next slide. Now let's look at the various causes of soil erosion. Soil erosion is defined as a denudation of the top layer of the soil. From this pie chart, it's clearly evident that deforestation and overgrazing form the major chunk of soil erosion. Nevertheless, agriculture is also a major contributor. Sir, next slide. So now let's look at a few methods to sustain soil fertility. Soil fertility can be sustained by using compost, vermicompost, and green manure. Compost and vermicompost are include organic matter, which include plant and animal waste. Green manure involves crops which are grown before plowing, and they are plowed along with the soil. This ensures that soil fertility is increased. Leguminous plants such as chickpea and soybean should be grown as they convert atmospheric nitrogen to useful nitrates and nitrates. These are essential for soil. And most importantly, fertilizers and pesticides should be avoided and use of manure should be encouraged. Sir, next slide. Now let's look at sustainability of water. Water can be sustained by using proper irrigation techniques. The artificial supply of water to every crop is known as irrigation. Sir, next slide. So there are two types of irrigation, sprinkler irrigation and drip irrigation. Drip irrigation is considered one of the best methods it can be used as it minimizes water loss due to runoff. Also, it provides enough water to every crop. Sir, next slide. Now let us explore a few isotopic methods of water management. The isotope of hydrogen 2, deuterium, is used to identify the movement of water from the soil to the crops, which helps in analyzing the amount of water required by a crop. Sir, next slide. The isotope of beryllium, beryllium-7, and cesium, cesium-137, are used to assess the amount of water already in the soil, which will determine the amount of water available to the crops. If the amount of water available to the plants is scarce, more water can be added by irrigation. Sir, next slide. Now let's look at the various methods of pest management. The first conventional method of pest management is pesticides, which is not recommended. There are various advantages of pesticides such as higher crop yield, it's affordable to the farmers, as well as it reduces the workload on farmers. Nevertheless, it also pollutes the soil, it kills useful pests such as earthworms. Also, it has various adverse health effects on the farmers. Sir, next slide. One of the eco-friendly methods of pest management is bee vectoring, where it's a process by which bees are commercially reared to pollinate certain fungi to crops which protect the crop from pests. Clonostrachys rosea is a naturally occurring fungus which is vectored to strawberry crops through bees to stop a pest known as pesky grey mold from growing on strawberries. Sir, next slide. Farmers can rear ladybugs, which are very helpful in pest control. Ladybugs kill aphids, asparagus beetle larvae, bean thrips, spider mites, and whiteflies. Sir, next slide. Now let's look at Israel model of agriculture. So the first aspect in this model is innovations in drip irrigation. Tipa drop is a drip irrigation kit which was invented by the Israeli scientists. This helps in efficient drip irrigation as the main principle here is low pressure drip irrigation. Sir, next slide. More amount of water is used in conventional methods of drip irrigation where approximately 7 liters of water is used per hour. On the other hand, in Tipa drop drip irrigation kits, only 3 to 4 liters of water is consumed. Sir, next slide. Now let's look at grain pro bags for storage. Israeli scientists have invented these bags. These are useful in sustainable storage of grain. These bags keep air and moisture exceptionally away from the grain and keep them fresh until it's sold in the market. Sir, next slide. In conventional agricultural methods, we prefer gunny bags to store grains. They are also efficient, but not as efficient as grain pro bags. Sir, next slide. Now let's look at Gilly-Ocean technology for aquaculture. It helps farmers to raise fish in ponds. In these ponds, the oxygen levels are ideal for fish to grow steadily. These ponds are set up all over the world. Sir, next slide. Aquaculture is not popularly practiced in India, where coastal fishing is most common. Overfishing has led to decline of various marine fishes today. In India, we can implement aquaculture using Gilly-Ocean technology. Here, number of fishes also increase by breeding, as well as decline of marine fishes is also stopped. Sir, next slide. Here we come to the final topic of sustainable farming in India. In the year 2003, the Sikkim government decided to adopt organic farming for sustainable agriculture. They imposed ban on chemical fertilizers and pesticides. They used various sustainable methods for farming, such as use of compost and vermicompost. They used green manure before plowing. They implemented crop rotation. They also used trap crops such as castor and marigold. These trap crops attract all the pests towards themselves and protect the important crops from getting infested. Sir, next slide. So what was the positive impact of sustainable farming? Farmers invested less, but they got greater quality as well as the quantity of yield. The soil fertility also had increased. Sikkim was awarded the UN Food and Agriculture Organization Future Policy Gold Award for becoming the world's totally organic agriculture state. So today, Sikkim has set an ideal epitome in this field for other states to follow. Sir, next slide. These were the various references that I followed for my presentation. Sir, next slide. I would like to end my presentation by saying that if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will go right. I'm grateful to Indian Institute of Science for providing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Tanmay, thank you for the presentation. Now let's listen to the questions from the judges.
Tanmay?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the ecological services provided by sustainable agriculture?
So sustainable agriculture helps in protecting the environment from various things such as, so in normal agriculture, they use pesticides. By pesticides also get leached and they go to the rivers and rivers get polluted. On the other hand, in sustainable agriculture, there is no such a condition. And in conventional agricultural methods, soil also slowly loses its fertility and farmers will have to leave the land fallow for many years. And in sustainable agriculture, soil does not lose its fertility as no chemicals are used. Compost, vermicompost, and green manure, in fact, increase the soil fertility. And in normal agricultural methods, water table is depleted due to over-irrigation. And in sustainable agriculture, there is sustainable use of water resources, as I explained in the presentation.
So what is the outcome of this study?
Ma'am, can you repeat the question, please?
What is the outcome of this study?
So the outcome of this study is to avoid pesticides and encourage eco-friendly methods of sustainable agriculture. We must ensure that the food grown is available to everyone in the community, as well as we must ensure that agriculture must be the first priority and precise methods must be used for the sustainable agriculture.
So another question is, can you just give some advantages of drip irrigation?
So drip irrigation is a system where it provides sufficient amount to every crop. On the other hand, sprinkler irrigation provides water to every crop, but it often leads to waterlogging, due to which the alkalinity of the soil increases. On the other hand, drip irrigation provides drop by drop of water to each and every crop, due to which the growth of crops is also enhanced, as well as the water loss is also minimized.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you tell about that isotopic method, whether it is practiced in India?
No, sir. The isotopic methods were primarily introduced in Israel. In India, it's not yet to come in practice. These isotopic methods have extremely been beneficial in determining the amount of water already present in the soil, as well as the amount of water which is required for a crop to grow.
So, what is the method actually in that? What is, do you have any idea? The process?
No, sir, I just know that these isotopes are used to identify the movement of water from the soil to the crops, as well as they determine the amount of water which is available to the crops.
Okay, okay, fine.
Tanmay,
Yes, ma'am.
so what do you understand by the term sustainability?
Sustainability, the process by which we ensure that today's world also sustains, as well as the yield of sustainable agriculture should be enough for the future generations also.
Okay, thank you.
Tanmay, where other than Sikkim have you found sustainable agriculture in India?
So, ma'am, in India, there's a district called Punikula in Andhra Pradesh, where sustainable agriculture was, where organic farming was introduced in the year 2003. There, it was a non-pesticide movement where organic things like trap crops were used, and they also used neem and castor oil for as pest repellents. And gradually, it spread to all parts of Andhra Pradesh, and today Andhra Pradesh has also become an organic state.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
What are the demerits of sustainable agriculture?
As such, there are no demerits of this type of farming. Nevertheless, the production cost is more. That's one of the demerit. Though the production cost is more, it produces quality as well as quantity yield, which must be considered more important, as well as the implements and tools needed for sustainable agriculture are not within the reach of farmers. If more production of such tools happens, then it's evident that sustainable agriculture will surely flourish in the future generations. Sir, can you repeat your question? I couldn't hear you. Hello.
I just thanked you for answering all the questions.
Yeah, thank
We'll
you.
now move to the next presentation. Spurti, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Purti P. I'm from class 10B, and my topic is on sustainable agriculture in India. I have a small farm where we follow sustainable agriculture. Particularly, it is agroforestry, which is a type of sustainable agriculture where almost all plants, ranging from trees to small herbs and shrubs, are grown, and it's nothing like a mini forest. And I'm going to be saying the sustainable methods which I have been following and also which are suitable for farmers also to follow. And the first is sustainability in water usage. Effective irrigating system is a basic requirement for any type of sustainable farm or any agricultural farm. And I prefer drip irrigation mainly because it is easily available, easily manageable, and not so complex system of irrigation. And upon all this, it doesn't waste water. By the way, it prevents of wastage of water. And next is that adding any domestic animals excreta, like for example cow dung, to the soil helps in increasing the humus content, and also it captures the water content and doesn't let easy evaporation, which helps us to decrease the water evaporation still more. And it also helps us being a fertilizer, the NPK fertilizer, replacing NPK fertilizer because it has contents of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium also. Next slide, please. And this is the picture of the cow dung which we use in our farm. Next slide, please. Controlling pests and insects. Neem oil is one of the most suggested by almost all gardeners and farmers because it acts both as insecticide as well as fungicide, and it can be sprayed to plants in two compositions actually. And next is IPM, integrated pest management. It is one of the efficient one because it tackles the root cause of the problem, that is the reproduction of pests, whereas it restricts the reproduction of pests actually. And next is that growing marigold in castor plants. Growing these plants helps in managing insects in such a way that these plants, especially castor plant, attracts the insects through its scent actually, and therefore insects come and lay eggs on these plants rather than on our crops, and therefore our crops are safe and found. Next slide, please. Method of planting. In my perspective of view, I feel method of planting is very much important, especially when farmers are following multiple or mixed type of cropping patterns. And for example, I have brought two methods of planting in such a way that they should not turn destructive to each other, but rather friendly to each other. For example, sandalwood and dal. Sandalwood actually is a parasite which actually borrows its water content from the other plant's roots. So therefore, it is better to grow plants which do not require so much of water, or which can manage without so much of water also. For example, dal. And next is areca nut with betel leaf or black pepper. This is because betel leaf and black pepper are climbers and they need shade also, which can be provided by areca nut, and it also can act as a host for both these plants. Next slide, please. This is the picture of the areca nut and the betel leaf which we have grown. Next slide, please. And there are a few pictures of my agroforestry, and we have mixed two types of agriculture, like the normal vegetable cropping and the agroforestry, because agroforestry is such kind of agriculture which requires 3 to 4 years to yield up completely and cover up the complete land like a forest, because we would have added many trees over there which would take time to grow and yield. And between that 3 to 4 years, it is better for farmers also to add vegetable crops or any horticulture crops, because these plants, because they can also be profited in between these years, and at the end of 3 to 4 years again they would be profited because the trees also start yielding. And therefore we have cropped vegetable crops like onions, chilies, and brinjals in 3 different rounds actually. And yeah, and next slide, please. And sustainable agriculture is not only about growing crops, it's also about animal husbandry. And I feel that natural animal raising is one of the best method, because it allows all the farm animals to graze and live in pasture, and this helps to improve their health, and they smell better than those animals in the farm, and their health is all what we need basically, because it depends on the products which we get from them. And let it be tastier meat and vitamin and mineral rich milk and yellow eggs also. Next slide, please. Implementation is one of the most important thing, because there is such an emergency thing in almost not only in India, whole of the world, to bring out sustainable agriculture. So therefore implementation is a very important thing, and I have brought my own methods of implementation of sustainable agriculture in India. The first one is educating farmers through more and more NGOs. Education is all what they need, because they should know and they have the right to know in that why there should be a sustainable agriculture followed and what is the need for it, because they have the right to know. And next is making sure that each and every part of India, every region, every district is accessible to the schemes and plans made by the government based on agriculture, because as per the Ministry of Agriculture 2015 to 16, there were only 600 districts out of 684 districts which were accessible to the plans and schemes made by the government. Next slide, please. And next is that reforming MSP scheme. I feel that government should reform MSP scheme in order to implement sustainable agriculture in such a way that, suppose for the first year, government should say that 20% of sustainable agriculture followed by the government, followed by the farmers, then the government will give farmers the minimum support price for their crops. And for the second year, 40% of sustainable agriculture followed, then the MSP will be given. For the like that for around 5 to 6 years of time span, there will be a complete sustainable agriculture followed. And not only this, it's also about first educating farmers on utilizing natural substances for fertilizers, chemical insecticides and pesticides, and then decrease the production rate of these chemical ones in the market and decrease the subsidies given on it. And because of these, there will be an increase in the price and also the demand actually. And because of increase in the price, farmers intend to use their knowledge upon these kind of natural sustainable methods of insect management and pest management and also natural fertilizers. Next is that India is such a country where it has almost each and every kind of geographical land, and it experiences almost all kinds of climatic change, and government should make sure that each and every kind of climatic changes and geographical area is used at its best for in order to implement sustainable agriculture. And next is that this is the last but not the least, it's all about encouraging farmers. It's not only about suggesting them and educating them, it's also about encouraging them. Like suppose creating competitions and giving prizes or giving loans for those farmers who yield the most using just sustainable agriculture in one particular village or one district for them in order to encourage them. And next slide please. And there's a small case study that is in 2000, there were up to 900 villages of Punikula district, Andhra Pradesh, where they were suffering from all kinds of deaths and poisoning because of the natural fertilizers and pesticides. They basically didn't know how to utilize them. And therefore, after these kind of situations, they all went to local organizations and all of them experimented on how to use natural substances to kill pests and insects. Next slide, please. And later, more farmers pitched in the same method, finding it a very much easier one. And by 2004, Kunukula became the first Indian village to become a pesticide-free. Next slide, please. These are the references I used. Next slide, please. Acknowledgement. Thanks to IISC for giving me a wonderful opportunity to do the research. A heart full of thanks for my school and teachers for supporting me in my research. I'm grateful for my parents, without whom I'm nothing, and my research too. Thankful for their support. Last but not the least, my friends who encouraged me. Next slide, please. Thank you.
All right, Spurti, thank you for the presentation. Now let's listen to the questions from the judges.
Yes, sir.
Spurti?
Yes, ma'am.
What the pest that you observed in agriculture field?
Mom, I couldn't identify, or I couldn't spend time on identifying this pest, ma'am, because I was involved in these kind of things of implementation and all those things. So I couldn't give more view to those pest names and types of pests.
So do you have any idea about how we control the pest in agriculture field?
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, I have like neem oil. Actually, they use in composition, ma'am. Like that helps, like in controlling pests. Like one of the composition is like the Jivamrita thing. Like they use neem oil, desi cow urine, and the cow dung, and a few gram powder, and all those water, and they mix it together and spray it, ma'am. Like it would help, and we can buy that composition from the market also, and we can make it ourselves also.
Is it applicable to all the crops?
Ma'am, these are highly applicable to vegetable crops and horticulture crops, ma'am.
Okay.
Spurti, do you think technology will help farmers in sustainable agriculture?
Yes, ma'am. Like,
in what way?
Like creating apps. There are many apps, but I don't know their names, but I've read that there are many apps which help them, like in soil testing and all those things. If suppose their soil is of this color, it means that it has this amount of this nutrients, and it is better to grow these kind of crops in their soil and all those kind of thing. And weather apps like maybe showing them today it will rain and all those things.
Even apps for pricing and place for selling.
ma'am.
So many, yes.
Marketing
So you should
things.
understand all these part also. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
See,
Yes, ma'am.
so you mentioned eco-friendly cultivating methods in one of the slides.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you suggest based on the different season eco-cultivating methods, eco-friendly
Ma'am,
cultivating methods?
based on seasons, actually, I have no idea. Like, yes, ma'am, I have. Like, for example, if you take strawberries, ma'am, there are two kinds of strawberries actually. Like, for one kind of strawberry which is grown from about, I think, June to October, I think, that in the winter kind of season, rainy and winter, they requires another kind of treatment, whereas another one which is grown in summer months require with a different kind of growing methods, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Are there any other questions for Spurti? Spurti, no further questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, judges. We'll move to the next presentation now.
Yes, thank you.
Tilak, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, sir.
You can start when you're ready.
Can I start, sir?
Yes.
So good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Tilak PL from class 10. I am from Vidyaniketan Public School. Next slide, sir. The topic I chose for this conference is a comparative study between the three types of agriculture, the three methods of agriculture. One is the Agnihotra or the Homa or sacrifice method of agriculture, and one is organic and modern method of agriculture. Next slide, sir. Why I chose this area. The area of agriculture is the most important and essential part of our life. Such a field of agriculture, such a beautiful field of agriculture is getting polluted by chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and weedicides. The backbone of our country, the farmers are struggling day and night to keep our stomach full. So this project is to make the life of those farmers who are struggling day and night for us, to make their lives easy and healthy. Next slide, sir. The problems or challenges that I face for this project is the method of agriculture goes, the method of Agnihotra agriculture goes with Homa. So people take a step back to perform Homa for the purpose of agriculture. The next problem is weather. Performing Homa in the monsoon season is a risk. The humidity content in the atmosphere makes it quite difficult for the performance of Homa. Next slide, sir. So what are my predictions or the outcomes of this project? The method of Agnihotra should be stressless and easy to perform. It should be chemical free and it should give a good and healthy yield. It should have very less capital investment and it should cause no harm for the performer. Next slide, sir. So, introduction. Organic agriculture is a method where we use no synthetic or chemical fertilizers. Instead, we use all instead we use all biofertilizers. And modern agriculture is a technological improvement in the field of agriculture during the Green Revolution. Next slide, sir. Agnihotra means Agni means fire, Hotra means healing, which means the healing power of the fire. So this method uses to clean the atmosphere and the farmland and increases in the soil fertility. And this was basically practiced in the medieval Vedic age. Next slide, sir. So my testing method for this project is practical agriculture. I took a piece of land and divided it into three parts, respectively for Agnihotra, organic and modern. The seeds I use for this experimentation is coriander. Next slide, sir. So the method of agriculture goes like, the materials needed to perform this method is cow dung cakes, stomach sticks, and pure cow ghee. The method of Agnihotra is supposed to be performed during sunrise and during sunset, and mainly before sowing the seeds and during the germination and at the time of pest attacks. The ash after performance of Agnihotra is being stored and let it cool down, and it is being further used as a fertilizer. Next slide, sir. So the components of Agnihotra ash add up to 16.2 mg, and approximately if we use 15 to 20 liters of water to irrigate 1 acre of land per day, 1 liter of Agnihotra ash water solution is being added up to this water and it's been spread as fertilizers. Next slide, sir. The fertilizer used for this project is ash, manure, and the respective fertilizers for modern agriculture. Next slide, sir. And the results of first week look like this. Agnihotra agriculture had a good green yellow leaves which are being sprouted out by the coriander. Next slide, sir. And the results and the outcomes of the last week was surprising. The leaves of the plants of Agnihotra agriculture came out to be thick, broad, and with a good height. And the pH value of this soil came back to 7, which is a good sign. Next slide, sir. And respectively for organic agriculture, the pH value came back to 8, and for modern agriculture, it stayed back at 9. Next slide, sir. So basically, Agnihotra has been performed in 2 places in Gujarat. I couldn't contact these people because they didn't respond to my call. In the next slide, sir. And these are the locations where they practiced in 2 places in Gujarat. Next slide, sir. And Agnihotra is also practiced in Australia, where there's an institute called the Homeopathy Association of Australia, which is led by Mr. Bruce Johnson and team. So these are the mails. I could contact them through mails, and these are the web links. Next slide, sir. So this is the information which was from the research paper done by Mr. Bruce Johnson and team. This is a comparative study between Agnihotra agriculture and conventional agriculture with soybean. The average seed weight per 100 seeds add up to 103.66 gram, whereas in Agnihotra agriculture it came up to 142.60 grams, which is a good sign with the seed weight. And this is the performance from the tomato plants they had. The size of the tomato was 7 centimeter approximately of the plant, and for the Agnihotra agriculture it was up to 10 centimeters. Next slide, sir. And this is the result of the outcome of the per annum for every annum income. So the profit of conventional agriculture was 96.8%, and for the Agnihotra it was 232.8%, which is a high profit. Next slide, sir. So conclusion: Agnihotra was stressless and it was easy to perform, and it promised a good chemical-free yield, and it avoid pest attack from the smoke which is being released, and it has very less capital investment, and it causes no harm for the performer. Next slide, sir. Acknowledgement. I would be grateful to thank all of these people, mainly IISC, for creating such a beautiful opportunity to explore above our limits, and Brijulal sir and TV Ramachandran sir for correcting us to go in a correct way, and Manjuna sir for supporting all students to do their projects, and all teachers and friends who supported me in this project, and my school for creating such a wonderful opportunity, and judges to listen me in patience. Next slide, sir. And these are the web links which I use for this project. Next slide, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Tilak, for the presentation. Now let's take the questions from the judges.
Tilak,
Ma'am,
among the three agriculture practice, which one you would suggest to the farmers and why?
I would suggest Agnihotra agriculture, ma'am, because it promises a good yield with good profit and good health, and it uses no chemical fertilizers, and it is also stressless to perform, ma'am. So I suggest this type of agriculture to the farmers.
Why Agnihotra farming gave good yield?
Yes, ma'am. Because as we use summit sticks and organic manure in as cow dung cakes and everything, the molecules, I mean the minerals which are present in that is been break down to the simplest substance up to ash, and that is been easily spread throughout the field, which is which makes the plants more easier to absorb nutrients.
How much ghee do you use for Agnihotra farming?
Ma'am, your voice is breaking actually.
So how much ghee is used for this farming?
Ma'am, actually for per acre, we use up to approximately 500 grams of ghee.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, Agnihotra is not performed in a single place in a acre of land. It is being practiced in different parts, like even in the corners or even separately across the field to make the smoke spread easily across it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tilak, in spite of Agnihotra having such important aspects like 200% of profit increase and the yield being better, why it is not widely practiced?
Ma'am, because the method of Agnihotra deals with Homa, so people think because of the superstitions of the Homa, so people take a step back to perform Homa for agriculture practices. So basically, if we perform the same Homa which we use for all superstitions and what we believe now, if we perform the same Homa in the outfields in agriculture fields, it will cause a great help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tilak,
Ma'am.
So you are using so many different components for Agnihotra agriculture and in such large quantities and all. Do you think it is the most sustainable way of doing agriculture?
Yes, ma'am. Because as the ash is being spread across the field, ma'am, so the water content will not get rinsed out of the field. So it'll get stagnant in the place. So it can be used as further irrigation for plants. And the fertilizers are being used. And the fertilizers are being used. The ash water solution, which is being stored, can be stored up to 6 months. So this can be a sustainable agriculture also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Tilak? Tilak, there are no further questions. So thank you, and thank you, judges. So let's move to the next presentation.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, sir.
Shraddha, are you there?
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can start when you're ready.
Okay, sir. So good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Shraddha Sivakumar, studying in class 10 of Vidyaniketan Public School. And my topic for today's presentation is Evolving Cities, Mumbai and Bangalore. Next slide, sir. So the objectives of my presentation today, I'm going to compare the air quality index of both the cities, Mumbai and Bangalore, and also talk about the urbanization and how it is affecting our health, and also about a one-day reboot, which I will explain towards the end of my presentation. Next slide, sir. The city Mumbai is also known as the city of seven islands because it consists seven islands. And the city of Bangalore is known as the city of gardens because gardens and parks are found all over the city. Next slide, sir. Over the years, both these cities have evolved to become the city of dreams because of the limitless opportunities available in every single field in Mumbai. And Bangalore has evolved to become the Silicon Valley because of the development in the IT industry taking place. Next slide, sir. Let us talk about what is AQI or Air Quality Index. It is a tool used to check the air quality status. It is also a measure that helps in determining how polluted the air is in a particular area. It has 6 categories and is decided based on 8 pollutants. Next slide, sir. So these are the 8 pollutants that are considered for the measurement of AQI. Next, sir. And these are the 6 categories that are used to measure AQI in different places. Next slide, sir. Here is a pictorial representation of the same, that is the AQI values. Next slide, sir. So now here we have a comparison of the AQIs of both cities from the month of September to December. In the month of September, we can see that Mumbai has an AQI between satisfactory to moderate level, and Bangalore has an AQI of satisfactory level. Next, sir. In the month of October, there is an increase in Mumbai, but it remains in the same category of moderate. And in Bangalore, also it remains in the same category, but there is a slight increase. Next slide, sir. In the month of November, there is a constant increase in the AQI of Mumbai, but in Bangalore, we can see that there is a sudden decrease and it has moved from satisfactory level to good quality air. Next slide, sir. For the month of December, we can see that there is a very slight decrease in the Mumbai's AQI, but it continues to remain in the same category. But in Bangalore, there is a sudden increase from good quality air to moderate quality air. Next slide, sir. The graph presentations for the same AQIs are in this slide. Next slide, sir. Now let us focus on particular regions. Now this is based on the population of both the cities. So according to the most populated areas in Malad, we can see that there is a moderate air quality of 138. And in Hormava, we can see that there is a moderate air quality of 109. Next slide, sir. Coming to industrial areas in both cities, we can see that in Worli, there is an air quality of 218, which is poor. And in Pina, there is an air quality of 126, which is moderate. Next slide, sir. These are the two cities that I have considered for my presentation. On my left is Mumbai and on my right is Bangalore. For a moment, if we look at this picture, they might look like the same cities, right? Next, sir. So evolution of cities in general is a continuous process and it does not stop at all. So development in the name of damaging the environment will only cause the destruction of the entire world. So what we should look for is sustainable development. Let us talk about the recent times now. Next slide, sir. The lockdown effect on both the cities. So the lockdown had a good impact on the air quality of both the cities. Next, sir. The AQI values of both cities came down to good quality, which is 17 to 29 in Mumbai and 22 to 30 in Bangalore. Next slide, sir. But we all know the impact of the coronavirus, the pandemic on the Indian economy. India faced a loss of 32,000 crore or 4.5 billion US dollars. Next slide, sir. And now we can see that post the lockdown, there is again a sudden increase in the AQI values throughout India, not only in the two cities. So what we require over here is something called as a balance. Next slide, sir. So the balance that we are referring to in my idea is the reboot. Next slide, sir. So in 1 week or in a week of 7 days, we can have 1 day of reboot. That is, on this particular day, we do not use any four-wheelers of ours and we use only two-wheeler vehicles. We avoid visiting crowded and busy places like malls or markets, etc. It is a rest day which gives us and nature both time to replenish.
So you might think, how is this going to be beneficial for us? So for air pollution, to reduce air pollution, we've always had ideas like carpooling or use of public transport, etc. But then in the new normal after the pandemic, we will have something called as social distancing, because of which carpooling and use of public transport will not be practical. In the case of reboot, every person, from according to his or her convenience, has to give one particular day. In this one particular day, they do not use vehicles, do not visit crowded places, etc. So, according to the Indian population, there are 130 crores of people and there are 7 days in a week. So, an average of 18.5 crore people can stay at home for one particular day. And the air pollution will reduce by 7 times. And then in a long run, we will have 7 times better quality air. Next slide, sir. These are the different websites I referred for my presentation. And I would like to thank my school teachers, my parents, Brijilal sir, and IISC for giving me this wonderful opportunity to work on this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shraddha, for the presentation. Now let's take the questions from the judges.
Shraddha?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the causes of air pollution? And can you suggest measures to control air pollution?
Yes, ma'am. So air pollution, there are multiple causes, ma'am. One is the use of vehicles in a higher level, and then increased number of industries in areas, and then increased population also. So to control this air pollution, we'll have to control the working of these vehicles and industries, and also we cannot controlling population suddenly is also very difficult, ma'am. So we can control the movement of that particular population to reduce air pollution.
So what are the harmful effects of air pollution on human beings?
Yes, ma'am. We go through health effects, like existing diseases will get increased because of if there is too much air pollution, and then it causes like dryness and irritation of skin, nose, eyes, etc. It causes shortness of breath and then dizziness and etc. Ma'am.
So can you talk about ozone?
Ma'am?
Ozone.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, ozone layer is actually to prevent the ultraviolet rays from entering the atmosphere, ma'am, which will cause skin problems for human beings or organisms living on Earth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
What is the reason behind the trend what you showed during the November between two cities?
Can you repeat, sir? Sorry.
The air quality trend you are showing between two cities during November month. So what is the reason behind that?
Sir, I'm not sure about the reason, sir. This is my observation, which I've been doing for the past 4 months for this project. So I'm not sure about the reason why exactly it suddenly decreased in Bangalore. But I just know that the decrease has taken place, sir.
Shraddha, yeah, I would like to ask you this question. Bangalore is a mostly IT-based industry where we don't actually pollute too much, and Mumbai is an industrially based city. So, do you think that what is the major pollutant in both these cities, which is the topmost pollutant? I would like to know.
Ma'am, it could be the vehicles, ma'am, because both these cities have quite high population, ma'am, and it is an active population, ma'am. People keep moving from one place to another. And we can see, they do say Mumbai traffic, Bangalore traffic and all that, no, ma'am. So movement of vehicles could be one main reason for the high level of AQI, ma'am.
And which one is the dominant one? Is it carbon dioxide or ozone or the eight ones that you have in picture? Which is the dominant one in both these cities?
I'm not sure about that, ma'am. I just know that overall, all the 8 pollutants are considered and the AQI is increasing, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You spoke about the air quality in these two cities, no? Has it had any drastic positive effect or negative effect for your biodiversity in these cities?
Ma'am, it affects the people staying in that particular city also, ma'am. Like I said, it increases the effect of the existing diseases and it also causes new diseases to that particular region, ma'am. So the people are the ones who are mostly affected, and because in cities more than diversity we see the number of people. Like if we consider villages, we can see more of diversity, like there are lakes, there are more of animals and birds, etc. When we come to cities, the maximum population is the human beings, so they are only likely affected because of the high AQIs also, ma'am.
Any other questions for Shraddha? Shraddha, no further questions. So thank you, and thank you, judges. We'll move to the next presentation.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, sir.
Ritvik, are you there?
Yes, sir. Sir, do I have to on my video or something?
If you have a strong internet connection, you can.
Okay then. Yeah.
You can start when you're ready, Ritvik.
Yes, sir. So this is Ritvik Hegde, and I'm from BGS NPS. I'm studying from class 10, and I've decided to make a project on natural hydrophytes which are found in lakes. So next slide. So this is basically the research outline. I've decided to test the water quality, compare the water quality, and then just see what and all like the differences in the water quality, and then to determine the uses and the drawbacks of the hydrophytic filter. So next slide. Okay, so the thing is, lakes, they support a large diversity of plant life, but we also know that polluted lakes act as a problem for the environment, and it is important to clean them. There are many bioindicators like water hyacinth, alligator weed, and Indian shorts. Now, each of them they describe various other pollutants. If there is high metals in the water like heavy metals, then we can see that there is a greater amount of water hyacinth and alligator weed growing in it. By the way, these are all invasive species which have actually taken over large parts of the lakes in the world. Yeah, so next slide. So testing the water quality. So what have I done? I've basically taken water samples from different areas, that is Akshanagri Lake, Hulimav Lake, the groundwater and the distilled water. And I've tested the water quality of it. The images that you see there are the BOD bottles the BOD bottles that contain the water. I've added manganese sulfate, which creates a precipitate, and basically the process for testing the BOD and stuff. So like the lake water is from Hulimavu Lake and Akshanagri Lake, and I've taken the control as distilled water since it does not have any dissolved oxygen or other metals in it. And like IISC too had done a water quality test on the Hulimavu Lake, which is shown there. I've also taken some of the values from there since I was not able to get the values of other stuff. So next slide. Yeah. So what is the experiment basically? The experiment is I've taken the water, I've grown plants in it, and I've ensured that each plant gets equal amounts of water. For that, I've taken wick irrigation, and wick irrigation you can take drip irrigation also. Wick irrigation, it ensures that the plants get equal amounts of water. So yeah, I've taken 6 containers. The algal one is algae which was grown in groundwater, while algal 2 is algae which was grown in Hulimavu water. And I've taken distilled water and Akshanagri water also. I've left the water. I've grown the plants for 7 days, and I've taken actually 4 types of plants. I've taken ragi, I've taken balsam, I've taken coriander, and I've also taken fenugreek. So next slide. Yeah, I mean, this was the algae that I had used to grow in the Hulimavu lake. Yeah, so next slide. It's a filamentous algae. And I had also taken the algae from these lakes which were located near the Western Ghats. It was near an areca nut plantation. It was a small pond kind of thing. That bucket you see with water hyacinth and duckweed, it's another algal filter, and I filled it with groundwater, and it is the algal filter for groundwater. So next slide. So like basically this is the conclusion. Like so like I had grown each of the 3 plants for 7 days. The fenugreek, I had actually grown it for only 4 days since I had planted it recently, and this is the plants. They've germinated and they've basically shown the same trend also. The pH of the lakes are almost around the same, at around 7 to 7.5. The Hulimavu lake was 8.23. Furthermore, the calcium and magnesium levels too are also pretty varied. You can see that the groundwater is actually it's actually slightly clean if you compare it to the other things. Like dissolved calcium is much lesser, but the TDS is of course higher than the other waters, meaning that there are some other stuff like BOD and not BOD, heavy metals and iron, copper, and other metals in it. The Hulimavu lake, like the Hulimavu lake too, had a high calcium content, while the Akshanagar lake, algal groundwater and algal two things had like almost equal stuff. An interesting thing to see here is that algae are supposed to reduce the TDS species in water, and it is actually true. Like there are many research papers and stuff done by various people around the world that prove this, that algae do reduce certain TDS species in the water, and it is actually used in wastewater systems. But you can really see here, like if you compare the like the dissolved calcium and magnesium in the groundwater and the algal one, which is ground, you can see that it has increased. It's probably due to decomposition which has taken place. Like algal one, I had grown a water hyacinth also, and plant cell walls contains calcium pectate, and upon decomposition, that calcium pectate must have been dissolved in the water, which has slightly increased it. But if you compare it with the Hulimavu lake, you can see that it has decreased. It has went from 180 to 124, which is better. A similar thing, but this similar difference is not taken in magnesium. The groundwater of magnesium is more than groundwater, is more than the algal one, while the Hulimavu lake magnesium content is greater than the one in algae 2. So what does that mean? Yeah. So, next slide. Yeah, this is the graph. You can see various trends in it. The you can clearly see that the algal 1 and algal 2 has seen greater differences. The Akshanagar lake, of course, that's the benefits of a clean lake. The reason why Akshanagar lake is very cool is due to very pure is due to the actions taken by the Residents Welfare Association. They decided to take care of the lake and use it, and that's the reason why the productivity is high. You can see, and you can also see a few trends in the calcium, magnesium, and TDS things. The chart over there. The TDS is also high, while the calcium content of Hulimavu is high. Groundwater had low productivity. Why? Because of the high TDS. The Hulimavu, on the other hand, also had like around medium productivity, and that is because the varied difference between calcium and magnesium. There's a high amount of calcium in it. You can see, and well, distilled water, of course, it's distilled water. It does not have anything in it. So next slide. Yeah, so this was the setup I had done, and you can see how much the plants have really grown. The fenugreek one is here because, I couldn't really consider it since I didn't give it for 7 weeks for it to grow. So next slide. So this is a hydrophytic filter. The main thing is that the algal filter should be placed near inlets and rajakalmas. In the map that is shown over there, I have shown a blue triangle, and well, if you want to build a hydrophytic filter over there, it should be around that area, because I've seen that there's a greater amount of pollution in that area. I've also taken the algae will also utilize the effluents in it. They use it for photosynthesis and other material building processes. Like they utilize various algal species also. there's an important thing to note here. It is important to use only the native species found in the area. If you bring in other species from different areas, it will create further problems, like invasiveness. But there are other things like water hyacinth, etc., which will increase the which is actually naturalized, but it was brought in. It is an invasive species also. So next slide. I've taken the water from those 2 points over there in the map. You cannot really provide any generalization for it, but there is another important precaution to take. You should not let the algae get into the rivers, get into the lake, since it will create eutrophication, which is of course a big problem. So next slide. Yeah, there are also other similar ideas like constructed wetlands, biofilters, activated sludge, which is used in wastewater treatment. But these things are only for high concentrations of pollutants. You can also use algae to reduce the biodiesel. You can also use it to grow biodiesel, farm feed, and also as human food. The next slide. Yeah, acknowledgements. I would really like to thank IISc Bangalore for taking such an opportunity. It's good for the lakes also. I would like to thank Vijulal sir, Rajeshri ma'am, and Asulabha ma'am for helping me in identifying the algae and providing me guidance. I would also like to thank our school for giving me this opportunity to participate in the Lake conference. And yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yes, sir, done. These are the references that I've used.
Thank you, Ritvik. Now let's take the questions from the judges.
Ritvik?
Yes, ma'am.
Why macrophytes serve as bioindicators?
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the question.
Why macrophytes serve as bioindicators?
Yeah, like some macrophytes like water hyacinth, they're bioindicators. Like if they're found in the lake, like it's usually found in areas where there's high heavy metal content. So if it's there, it means that the lake has heavy metal content and stuff.
So what is the concept behind constructed wetlands?
The constructed wetland, it's basically to reduce the pollutants which are drained into the water. I mean, it's a part of the wastewater treatment process. Like the water is sent to a constructed wetland through the soil. Like plants and stuff are grown through it, which utilize the pollutants in the water. And the water which is drained into the rivers is much more cleaner than the water which is put into the constructed wetlands.
Okay, thank you.
So for the culture, what type of which stage plants you took? So it is.
In the algal tank, I've taken like a green algae, and I've also taken duckweed. I've taken alligator weed, and I've also taken water hyacinth.
Yeah, that I know, but there will be a life cycle or growth period, no? So you took what kind of plants? So you directly took from the lake, or you?
I've directly taken from the lake. Yeah.
So they were in the final stage of growth or young plants? What kind of plants?
I mean, yeah, I guess they were adults only. They were all pretty big.
All adult plants.
Yeah.
Ritvik, am I audible to you?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I'm audible.
So after this, your hydrophytes or macrophytes remediates your lake. What use do they have?
You can basically use them for like biofertilizer. You can use them as cattle feed. You can use water hyacinth for making them into biodiesel, which is very good. I wouldn't really suggest
diesel or bioethanol.
I mean biodiesel. So it decomposes into sugars, which will turn into ethanol. Yeah.
So it is bioethanol, not diesel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I wouldn't really consider using it as cattle feed, since it, like the plant, it contains the pollutants in the river, right? So through biomagnification, it may inadvertently have some other effects also.
So what is your message from the study?
Sorry.
What is your take or message from this study?
Oh yeah, I mean, you can use the algae to clean the lakes. It's a good thing.
So polluted.
Judges, are there any other questions for Ritvik? Okay, there are no further questions, Ritvik. Thank you. Thank you, judges.
Yes, sir.
We'll move
Thank
to
you,
the next
sir.
presentation.
Yes.
Advait and Aditya, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we are there.
You can start when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Aditya, and my partner's name is Advait. We are from Vidyaniketan Public School, from class 10th, section H and F. Today, we are going to present you the topic aquatic pollution monitoring and management. So, next slide. So, our agenda is to study about water and water pollution. We are going to do a case study of Bellandur Lake, compare Bellandur Lake from 2012 to 2020. We are also going to do a case study about Jakkur Lake, compare Jakkur Lake from the year 2009 to 2020, and we are also going to study some ways to prevent water pollution. So next slide. So next slide, sir.
So let us, before studying about the lakes, let us know what is water. So water is one of the basic components of life. So it constitutes vital components of the region hydrological cycle. So there are many functions of water, like drink. It also acts as drinking water. It helps people wash their clothes or anything, wash their cattle in rural areas. It helps in arresting sediment load. It helps in flood control, and also it helps in aiding as sinks and chemical stabilizers. But even though water has so many uses, the saddest part is that we are constantly polluting water, and we are exploiting it over a long period of time. Next slide, sir. Next slide.
So my friend Advait said that we are constantly polluting the lake and exploiting it. Not only the lake, but other water bodies as well. So we are going to study about lake in this particular topic. The first example is Bellandur Lake. So Bellandur Lake is a lake in Bangalore, present in the southwest part in a region called as Bellandur. About 88% of urine and excreta in the form of carbon and nitrogen enter the overall sewage system in Bangalore. And over 40% of the underground drainage sewage load is estimated to reach Bellandur Lake. To be approximate in terms of volume, nearly 384 to 500 million liters of sewage enter this lake each day. So next slide. So let us discuss about the sewage contribution by different organisms. So first is human. So they contribute nearly 372 million liters of demineralized water. Demineralized water is the water that does not consist of any minerals in it. Commonly, this type of water is released by the industries. So in terms of percentage, it is 88%. And humans also contribute 327.4 million liters of oxidizable matter. Oxidizable matter is nothing but the requirement of oxygen for the organic matters or organism present inside the water, and due to exploitation of this, the amount of oxygen level decreases. And let us study about the nitrogen contributed by urine and excreta, that is 51.4% and 11.2%. So total nitrogen contributed will be 62.5%, and by calculating everything, the total sewage contributed is 54.7%. This is only by humans. But when you compare it to the major animals and minor animals, humans actually contribute more pollution than compared to other organisms or animals, as you can see in this table. So next slide. So this is actually a map of Bellandur Lake in the year 2012. We can see that this Bellandur Lake is much larger than compared to today. The area of Bellandur Lake was 1.7 square kilometer. And you can see only some few industries established, and there were not much localities around it. So next slide, sir. But in the year 2020, you can clearly see
that the area of lake has been reduced by 1 kilometer square, and it has reduced to 0.7 square kilometer. So this has taken place due to over pollution and over exploitation of water, and due to urbanization and industrialization. In the year 2012, clearly you can see that across Bellandur Lake there were not much localities nor industries. But now in the year 2020, due to much industries and more localities established, the sewage is directly let into Bellandur Lake, constantly polluting it. So next slide, sir. So from this data, we observe that it is important to note that nearly 89% of human excreta enters the sewage system, out of which 28% is nearly animal waste. It is estimated that about 60% of the overall human waste and urine only enters the conventional sewage system, and a significant fraction is actually disposed by the household level soak pit system or through open urination. In the recent study, it has been estimated that 40% of the overall sewage generated in the city reaches the Bellandur tank. Due to rapid industrialization and urbanization, many species like kingfisher, wood pigeons, kites, cobras have disappeared from the lake. So next slide, sir. So my friend is going to explain about Jakkur Lake.
So let us study about Jakkur Lake. Yeah. So Jakkur Lake is a lake present in the region of Basveshwar layout, Yelahanka, Bengaluru, which is used as a sewage dumping water body now. So it was spread across 95 acres during the British Raj, but its area slowly decreased due to like the over-industrialization and urbanization in Bengaluru. So the industries nearby near Jakkur Lake deposit 15,000 liters of industrial waste in a month, which has killed most of the living organisms in the lake. So the Karnataka state government has created awareness and also has launched the Jal Samshodhan scheme, which involved planting of 6,000 samplings around the boundary of the lake, and also aims to prevent pollution of lake by industries. Next slide, sir. So let us study let us compare Jakkur Lake. So in the year 2009, we can see that Jakkur Lake was more polluted, and the area had decreased, and more pollution was caused by the industries. Next slide, sir. But you can see in the year 2020, due to the Jal Samshodhan scheme introduction, the lake has regained its freshness, and the industries nearby were restricted from dumping their waste in the lake. The area of the lake now is 0.36 kilometers square. Next slide, sir. So let us we have gathered this from the IISC website about the chemical parameters of the water analysis in Jakkur Lake, which was done in 2013 to 14. So we can see that the inlet, which was let without treatment to the Jakkur Lake, the phosphate was 1.86 milligrams per liter, nitrate was 0.81 milligrams per liter, COD, which is chemical oxygen demand, was 84 milligrams per liter, biochemical oxygen demand 53.23 milligrams per liter, chloride 372.51 milligrams per liter, and others, which you can see that it was really high compared to the inlet let from sewage treatment plants. Next slide, sir.
So let us study about the ways to prevent water pollution. So as my friend Advait said, that Karnataka government had launched the Jal Samshodhan scheme to clean the Jakkur Lake. Not only the government should take up steps, but the NGOs can also take the step to clean the sewage. As Yuva Bharat it's a NGO in Bangalore, which is actually cleaning Vrishabhavati river part by part and is aiming to use the river's water for the next year's Ganesh Puja. And the agenda is let her flow. So we can also prevent leaching by constructing barriers like planting tall trees at the corner of the agricultural field. This is actually with respect to the lakes present in the village. So next slide. Thank you. I would like to thank the IISc team and respected teacher for giving me the opportunity to present. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Aditya and Advait. Let's take the questions from the judges.
Aditya and Advait.
Advait, ma'am.
Okay. How urbanization affect aquatic biodiversity?
Ma'am, urbanization, the industries and urbanization creates like more pollution to the water bodies, and in turn, these affect like the aquatic systems. They are not used to those chemicals, so they die due to those like exposure to chemicals. And you can also take for an example like plastic. So plastic, it is really harmful for the living organisms and the aquatic organisms, so they die due to the exposure to it.
So next question is, can you list out the industries near the Jakkur Lake?
Ma'am, we couldn't collect data about that, ma'am.
So what about then Belandur Lake?
Ma'am, Bellandur Lake, there are no industries nearby, ma'am, but the industries present far away, they actually connected to the nearest lake of all, which comparatively was Jakkur Lake, ma'am. Not only the industries, ma'am, but also the sewage system of the nearby localities is directly dumped there, ma'am. It is not sent to the sewage treatment plant.
Okay.
Advait and Aditya, we have a very good example of Jakkur Lake. Why can't we emulate the same for Belandur Lake?
Ma'am, Bellandur Lake was not, means Jakkur Lake was not as polluted as Bellandur Lake, ma'am, but in Bellandur Lake recently, means the foams, everything was released, ma'am, means it was actually taking place from a long period of time, but in Jakkur Lake, commonly that much of pollution was not there, ma'am, because already beside that there was a small treatment plant. Even though there some of the industries would dump there, or the sewage treatment plant sometimes could not work properly and would dump it in the lake. But in Bellandur Lake, near and all, there is no sewage treatment plant as we studied, ma'am, and it was directly dumped there. So for Bellandur Lake, it is quite difficult, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Aditya.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the management strategy you would suggest to the government?
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
What is the management strategy you would suggest to the government?
The government, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am,
yes.
Ma'am, the better way is to establish more and more sewage treatment plant near the lakes, ma'am, because in Bangalore, there are not much sewage treatment plant and most of them are not in the working condition, ma'am. Even today, we can see some of the lakes even being polluted, even after there are so many sewage treatment plant, ma'am. Either they won't be working, ma'am, or they will not be having the capacity to actually purify a lot of water. So I insist the government to actually take some foreign technology or to develop the technology in ourselves, as Modi sir had, Prime Minister Modi had actually done vocal for local or made in India. They can actually develop the technology in India by taking the help or by taking the assist of the foreign technology, and they can do it, ma'am. Because India has more resources, ma'am, so we can do that. But we also have the potential, ma'am. But when it comes to execution, we lack. But if we execute it properly, everything is possible, ma'am. So I would suggest the government to build more and more treatment plant with advanced technology as much as possible near the lakes.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, ma'am.
Judges, any other questions for Aditya and Advait? Okay, looks like there are no further questions. So thank you, Aditya and Advait. Thank you, judges. We'll move to the next
Thank you for
presentation.
helping us, sir. Thank you very much.
Arnav and Agne, are you there?
Yes, sir.
You can start when you're ready.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon to all the judges present here. I'm Agne and I'm Arnav. We're studying in VG's National Public School, class 10th. We're going to present you a case study of the Kundarali Lake with a special reference to climate change. Next slide. So this is the outline of our presentation and this is how we're going to go about it. Next slide. So coming to the background, so the primary objective of the study is to find out whether a clean lake acts as a source of carbon and a polluted lake acts otherwise. So we've done so by using the example of the Kundarali Lake as a case study. Next slide. So this is the methodology and approach that we used, which covers the various methods of data collection and data documentation. We've also further produced a detailed report, which has been submitted by mail. Next slide. So based on the data which was collected, we formed a research questionnaire, and these were the following questions that were administered under it. Next slide. So our study basically revolves around calculating the carbon sequestration values for the Kundalali lake. So based on these values, we also analyze the success rate of the DTS system, which has been implemented in the Kundalali lake. Next slide. So this slide basically briefs you through some of the features of the Kundalali lake, such as the lat-long values, the lake area, which is 30.5 acres. But to the note, the water spread area of the Kundalali lake is about 24 acres currently. It also shows the survey number. Next slide. So this is the Google Earth image of the Kundalali lake with the various points of interest marked. You can see the inlets and outlets and the whole of the DTS system. Next slide. Now coming to the evolution of the lake. So the image on your left shows the lake in 2016, whereas the image on your right shows the lake in 2020. A lake which once had a total water spread area of an alarming 0.8 acres can now boast a total water spread area of 24 acres. Next slide. So how did this drastic revival of the lake actually come into effect? So we believe this is firstly due to the action which was taken in the lake. As you can see in the picture, the entire lake was in fact dry dredged in the period of 2016 to remove all the excess sewage content present within the lake. And now with the DTS system which has been implemented, clean water has been allowed to enter the lake from time to time, and thus it has shown the significant rise in the water levels of the lake. Next slide. Adding on to this, about 1,000 tons of sludge was also desilted from the lake beds, and it is now being used to construct the embankments of the lake to give it a natural factor. Trenches were also dug around the lake to prevent the indiscriminate dumping of construction debris into the water body, which had in fact caused a huge problem to the lake in 2016. Next slide. So talking more about the DTS system, or the decentralized wastewater treatment system, which has been implemented in the Kundalali lake, it just works like any other conventional STP. However, it has a special tank known as the planted gravel filter, which uses plants such as canna to filter out pollutants through the process of aerobic filtration. Next slide. So this is just the schematic representation of how the DTS system looks like in a lake. Next slide. These are the images of the tanks which under the DTS system of the Kundalali lake. Next slide. So coming to the assessment of carbon sequestration. Now, key feature of our entire study was to assess the carbon sequestration within the Kundalali lake. And we've done so using the 4 main parameters, which are listed below. Now, once the values were tabulated for each of these calculations, we drew a comparative assessment between the lake in 2016, which is before rejuvenation, and after rejuvenation in 2020. Finally, these values were extrapolated to the remaining lakes of Bangalore, of whose data we could gather. Next slide. So this slide shows you the tabulation of all the values which we assessed from our calculations. Now, each of these calculations will be presented to you in brief. So for the pollutants, we assessed the per volume concentration of methane using its COD, the density of the pollution load, and found out the CO2 concentration in terms of the methane used, CO2 concentration in terms of the methane used by calculating its by using its GWP. So it's a common fact that methane has 28 times the GWP, or the global warming potential, of carbon dioxide. Now, the values were given listed as below. In 2020, we can see that the values were 10% below the values obtained in 2016. This is primarily due to the treatment system, which is the DTS. Now coming to algae, as per to the given literature, 1 kg of algal dry cell utilizes about 1.83 kilograms of carbon dioxide. And so about 1 acre of the lake area should cover the capture of about 2.5 tons of carbon dioxide per year. So this was multiplied by the lake area in both 2016 and 2020. And we found out the total sequestration values. Now, this is the water spread area being talked about. And the difference can be seen because it was dredged in 2016. Now, fishes, it's a common fact that each fish utilizes about an average of 300 grams of carbon per year. And now we calculated the CO2 elimination practically by using the fishes amount of fishes being captured per year, being caught per year. In 2016, it was about 125 kgs of fish, whereas in 2020 it's about 3 lakh kgs of fish being caught per year. Finally, also we also found out the sequestration value for vegetation, and these were listed as below. So per tree, every tree absorbs about 30 kgs of 30 tons of carbon per year, and thus we found out the value by multiplying it with the given trees in 2016 and 2020. And the final values can be listed as about close to 50 tons of carbon being emitted and close to 250 tons of carbon being sequestered in 2020. Now, the emission is caused mainly due to the pollutants because of the activity of bacteria, which convert the dissolved CO2 into the atmospheric CO2, which causes the emission of its CO2. And finally, the net exchange is what is calculated. The negative value shows that the carbon is being emitted in the case of 2016. Next slide. So these are the calculations that we performed. Next slide. Now, why has such a drastic change occurred? This is mainly because of the success of the DTS system. Now, primarily in 2016, when the lake was dredged, there was a serious impact on the lake area, which in turn had an impact on the ecological parameters too, such as the amount of fish living in the lake. And with the addition of the DTS system, several ecological co-benefits were added to the vicinity of the lake, such as the amount of trees being planted, which are used in the planted gravel filter too. So therefore, it's led to the overall development of the lake. Now, we presented you a set of values, but what do all of these values mean? Now, a generic person within India contributes to the emission of about 2 tons of carbon per year. Now, the lake helps to sink carbon emissions worth up to 120 generic people, while also adding 2.5 times the oxygen worth the carbon produced. Next slide. So based on these results, we also found out we extrapolated these values to the remaining lakes of Bangalore, which is about 194 lakes of Bangalore. The lake areas were found out from the Excel sheet given by the LDA. These were assumed considering that the conditions would be the same in the lake, assuming that the DTS has been implemented already in the lakes given. So the final value is about close to 20,000 tons of carbon, but this is a highly approximate value and can even be more than this. So this itself covers about 10,000 individuals only within Bangalore. But we can notice that several amount of more amount of carbon can be generated, since this is an approximate value. But considering that it's a small number, even in the case of Bangalore, when scaled up to the nation or the global level, it can help to sequester worth of trillion tons of carbon, which can in turn have an impact on the climate change. Next slide. So to sum up, our case study and its scaling up potential clearly shows how cleaning up lakes can have a great impact on a climate change perspective. So more than the carbon sequestration itself, we can also look at the other co-benefits which the DTS brings, such as income generation, increase in biodiversity, etc. Hence, we can say that the DTS technology is one of the best solutions for carrying out the rejuvenation process in lakes. Thank you. Next slide. So it's just the acknowledgements and bibliography. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Arnav and Agne. Now let's take the questions from the judges.
What are the ecosystem services provided by lakes?
Ecosystem services as such, the lake provides it is a habitat to several organisms such as birds, fishes, and other mammals.
Do you have any idea about the fish population, fish diversity in Kundalalli Lake?
Yes, ma'am. Like based on the reports of the Ecoparium, which is the parent organization for the treatment system in the Kundalalli Lake, there were about like close to 10 species of fish, but we don't know the names exactly of it. But the number of the fish diversity which exists within the Kundalali Lake can even be seen through the amount of birds around the lake as well. Like we can see a great number of the greater Indian cormorant or Phalarocorax carbo, which shows that the fish diversity within the lake is really good, since they primarily feed on fish.
Okay.
Agne,
Yes, ma'am.
are there any other case studies in India where lakes have been studied with the climate change reference?
No, ma'am. Like generally, the reason why we took this up was we just wanted to check. In 2018, in late 2018, we had presented a water quality analysis based on the DTS system itself. But this was in a different lake. So this time we thought whether we wanted to check whether the DTS leads to the overall development. Since water quality is merely just a superficial treatment of water, we wanted to check whether there would be several other co-benefits too. So that's why we went up to check the carbon sequestration values of Kundalali Lake. But however, in India, there's no study considering lakes for carbon sequestration. However, in the foreign studies, such as in Sweden, they've done so in lake impoundments, water impoundments. And considering that climate change has been one of our main agendas, which everybody argues on right now, we thought that it would be very necessary to bring up a topic on this.
Okay, any other questions for Arnav and Agne? Okay, Arnav and Agne, since there are no further questions, I have one question for you.
Sure.
Apart from the carbon sequestration that you have highlighted and also the ecological benefits,
Yes.
with the perspective of climate change, what other benefits can be considered?
Yeah, exactly. So there are several other co-benefits as well to the DTS, such as it helps to increase the biodiversity. Since you're using only natural factors to clean the lake, it should also, like if you're using plants to help to filter the lake as such, it would also help to increase the butterfly species around, or birds also for that matter. And other than this, it also helps in groundwater recharge. And these values have been, the values for which have been already assessed by eco paradigm. And it would also help to provide a scope for income generation, since let's say fishermen catch about 3 lakh kgs of fishes per year just from the Kundalali Lake itself. So this clearly shows that you can also provide a scope for income generation activities. And
Arnav and Agne,
yeah.
my question was, leaving out the ecological benefits, what are the other benefits considering, leaving out the biodiversity part? What are the other benefits with reference to climate change is my question.
Oh, yes, sir. When considering climate change, it's just basically because the amount of CO2 being eliminated within the lake. There's not much. I don't think there's any other factor which could lead to a reduction in climate change as such. Because CO2 elimination or CO2e elimination is the major factor for reduction of climate change.
So as per what you're saying, there is no other climate change related benefit which
It's
is
not
getting other than
no other, but it might be that the other causes wouldn't cause that much of an impact as that of CO2 elimination. It'll be a negligible impact in terms of climate change itself.
Okay, what is that negligible impact for? What are the other benefits? Is what I wanted to know.
Yes, sir. I told if there was any, it should be the impact would be negligible. But as per to climate
That
change,
is fine.
we were
But are you aware of the other benefits?
No, sir. As much as I'm aware, carbon dioxide elimination is one of the main factors, one of the main or one of the only factors which are affecting climate change globally as far as concerned.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Arnav and Agni. Thank you, judges. Now we'll move to the next presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Samit, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Sir, just for the notice of the, we have also sent a report of our project in.
Yes, yes, I have received it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Could I start, sir? Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Okay, so good evening to one and all present here. My name is Samit Singham Shetty. I'm from Vidyaniketan Public School. So the topic that I've taken is wetland conservation, restoration, and management. Next slide, sir. So basically, we're going to start with the basic topic of wetlands. So wetlands are basically places where the water table is at or near the surface, and there are a lot of anaerobic processes that are taking place, and you have a unique hydric soil, and there's a vegetation that is adapted to the hydric soil. Now we see that wetlands occupy about 6% of the Earth's ecosystems, and it exists in almost every climatic region, from the polar zones to the arid zones. Now basically, wetlands have some of the have various uses. They act as carbon sinks, they act as storm buffers, and they are also they contribute to the economy of the country. And what I mean by contributing to the economy of the country is explained in the next slide. So next slide. So in this slide, we basically see the wetlands around the world, and we can see that they actually have a great impact on the revenue of the country. So next slide. So basically, we're going to talk about wetland deterioration, which is the main part of this PPT. So wetland deterioration has been happening since a long time. And we can see that approximately 35% of the world's wetlands were lost between 1970 and 2015. And the loss rate is accelerating annually since 2000. Now, basically, the picture on the right gives us the human effects on wetlands, which include developing technology and industry, increasing land cover change, and increasing water uses, which actually decreases the control that wetlands have and the flexibility that the wetlands can exhibit. Now, the reasons for wetland loss are basically lumped into the excessive use, land degradation, urbanization, decrease in biotic diversity, as well as invasive species. So next slide. And basically, we're going to go region specific. Now, these are basically wetlands of Karnataka. So wetlands of Karnataka are classified into inland and coastal wetlands, and they're both natural and man-made. So inland natural wetlands include lakes, oxbow lakes, and marshes or swamps. So basically, the table on the right gives us the area in hectares, the percentage, as well as the number of the types of wetlands that are present in Karnataka. Now, the wetlands cover, the inland wetlands cover 93.43 of the total wetland area percentage, and coastal wetlands cover about 6.57% of the wetland area in Karnataka. The next slide. So basically, now we come to wetlands of Bangalore. So basically, the right side will start off with that. That is a wetland map in 1973. The number of water bodies was 389. And we see that wetland map of 1996, and the number of water bodies has reduced by about 133, which is 246. And it's still reduced in the past 20 years. So basically, there is a decrease of 35.09%, and it is attributed to urbanization and industrialization. And because of basically urbanization and the increasing construction of residential layouts, commercial establishments, sport complexes, etc. Now, basically, the uses of the lakes, they can be split into different categories. Like you have 30% of the lakes which are used for irrigation. Fishing is carried out in 25% of the lakes, cattle grazing in 35%, and you have mud lifting in 30%, drinking in 3% of the lakes, washing in 36% of the lakes, and so on. So next slide. And basically, we come to sources of pollution. Now, the sources of pollution, we have point sources, and basically point sources of pollution are the sources of pollution where you know the origin, you know the source, and you can actually identify the origin. So you have municipal and industrial wastewater. Non-point sources are basically pollution that is coming from a wide range of sources, that is urban and agricultural runoff. And the major degrading factors for these wetlands are eutrophication, siltation, there is construction, introduction of exotic species, acidification from atmospheric sources, acid mine drainage, contamination by toxic metals such as mercury and organic compounds such as polychlorinated biphenyls. And polychlorinated biphenyls are some of the, they are man-made chemicals, and they're extremely harmful for the development of their development, and they're very harmful for the development of children. And you also have hydrological manipulations that include damming outlets to stabilize water levels. So next slide. And basically, we have to see the consequences of loss of wetlands, as we've just covered most of the reasons for the loss of wetlands in general. And we can see the first 2 points give us the examples for basically the tanks that are in Bangalore that were reclaimed for various purposes, such as residential layouts, commercial establishments, and so on. So you can see the example of Miller's tank that has been converted into a residential layout, Sampangi tank into the Kanti River Stadium, etc. Now, what are the consequences of these loss of wetlands? We can see that this has changed the climate of the city and it has affected the groundwater level. Now, there is a decrease in catchment area, the water storage capacity, the number of migratory birds, the wetland area, the flora and faunal diversity, as well as the groundwater table. And the last point gives us the decrease in the depth of the ground table. The decrease has gone from 35 to 40 feet to 250 to 300 feet in a span of 20 years. And this is basically accredited to the disappearance of wetlands. So next slide. So basically, when we come to conservation of wetlands, we can just see the number of wetlands in Karnataka, which are about 25,276. And we can see the state's level of urbanization has increased by about 5%. And we can see that the city with the most water bodies is Bangalore. Now, how do we conserve these wetlands? We need an ecosystem approach to address the wetland problems. Now, basically, increasingly constructed wetlands, they're used for the treatment of municipal and industrial wastewater before the treated water is let into the lakes and wetlands. Now, constructed wetlands offer the most sustainable means for the treatment of wastewater. So next slide. So when we talk about constructed wetlands, basically it is a designed man-made complex of saturated substrates, emergent as submergent vegetation, animal life, and water that simulates natural wetlands for human use and benefits. Now, what is meant by this is a plot of land is chosen near the wastewater that is to be purified, and a shallow pond is built, and the plants found in the natural wetlands such as cattails, reeds, and rushes are actually set out, they're planted. And the wastewater is then routed through the wetland in the microbial utilization, and the plant uptake of nutrients results in cleaner water leaving the constructed wetland than what entered. So next slide. So basically, this is what a constructed wetland looks, and this is taken from the research paper of Wetlands of Karnataka, Bioremedial Options. So next slide. And so basically we have to come to another aspect. So what about conserving for the future? We need to see the impacts of construction on wetlands. Now, the construction activities, they may be individually small, yet their cumulative effect on these wetland systems is very great. So there are each type of construction activity is actually accompanied by a distinct set of environmental impacts. So some of the major impacts are basically listed down below. There are loss of natural vegetation, loss of topsoil, increased turbidity, increased sedimentation, modification of water chemistry with the addition of sediments, nutrients, and pollution. So basically what happens is with these construction activities, because they have such effects on wetlands, the wetlands, basically the natural balance of these wetlands is affected. They can become too saline, they can become too fresh, or they may not support, because of the destruction of the plants present in the wetlands, they may not support the living organisms and so on. So next slide. So basically we need to have some planning strategies. So we just learned that construction activities have a huge impact on these wetlands. So we need to plan in order to understand the environmental damage done, we need to have an impact criteria so that we can try to reduce the amount of damage that we're doing to the wetlands. So how we do is we have a narrow path to tread. We need to heed to the nature as well. We need to conserve the wetlands as well as we need to try to attend whatever we want to do without compromising on our needs. So basically, this is a set of criteria that we can use when we are using it for construction activities, and this is very helpful when you're constructing near wetlands, or it is a huge construction project and you have to take into account several factors so that you conserve the wetlands properly. So next slide. So basically, and next we come to restoring degraded wetlands. Now there are already wetlands that are degraded because of the because of a lot of activities, and a few methods to restore they are given below. So next slide. And basically, wetland conservation policy goals, we need to have national goals for the environment, and it should include the component wetlands. And we need to incorporate the concept of quality control into our public policies. Next slide, sir. And conserving wetlands as a community, we can improve the public education and involvement. We can establish overall wetland conservation policies. And as a community, we can do a lot for the conservation of the wetlands. And that could include wetland mapping, improve technologies for addressing the cumulative impacts of development. But the most important thing is improve public education and involvement of the public in conservation of the wetlands. So next slide. So basically, I'll end with a quote that conservation is basically humanity caring for the future. Thank you. Next slide is, these are the references that I've taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Samit. And now let
Samit, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you, ma'am.
Yeah. So are there any convention on wetlands for their conservation and to, like, show their importance?
Ma'am, for what I've researched, ma'am, there is a Ramsar Convention, ma'am. So,
okay, what does it do?
Ma'am, it mostly looks after the conservation of wetlands, ma'am. So basically, it compiles most of the data, and it is involved in much of the projects involved, ma'am. I'm not very familiar with the projects, ma'am, but I did read one of the papers that were there in the Ramsar the website, ma'am. So basically, it gave more information about the uses. For example, they tried to for the wetlands, they tried to see whether, because the wetlands deterioration is mostly because of urbanization, and the other factor is agriculture, because we use it so much for agriculture, ma'am. So the Ramsar Convention, it takes into a series of factors, ma'am, and a series of factors, and it tries to see whether the conservation of wetlands is possible. It's a organization dedicated to the conservation of wetlands, ma'am, I would say.
So do you know any Ramsar sites in India?
No, ma'am, I haven't researched that, mama. I do not know, ma'am. So I do not know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Samit?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the principle behind constructed wetland?
Ma'am, so basically constructed wetlands, ma'am. So like as I told in my presentation, ma'am, like we have basically like a shallow pond is built, ma'am, and we try to use the nature itself in order to what is that? Purify the wastewater that is coming through the wetland, ma'am. So like you have the microbial utilization and the plant uptake of nutrients, because the plants are plants such as cattails, reeds, and rushes are planted in that hydric soil, ma'am, in the wetlands. So that is how the wastewater can actually get purified, ma'am. And like because we can also have like the organic soil, the algae, the plants, and the microorganisms and organisms, ma'am, and the sediment recovery that we have in the constructed wetlands, ma'am, we can use it for landfills, ma'am. So we have a clean water that is leaving as well, and we are utilizing it for other reasons as well, ma'am. Other good reasons as well, ma'am.
Okay. Give some examples of exotic species in lakes.
Ma'am, exotic species in lakes. Ma'am, no, ma'am, I'm not familiar with that, ma'am. No, I haven't researched on that, ma'am.
Okay, so I have another question. So you told that there's a decrease in aquatic biodiversity in Bangalore lakes.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you just why is so? What is the reason behind that?
Ma'am, like as in most cities, ma'am, and in Bangalore as well, ma'am, because we're having increased urbanization, ma'am. So in my presentation, I tried to think of the general idea, ma'am, but mostly in general, it was basically the urbanization that was what that led to the degradation of the wetlands, ma'am. And the second was basically due to the agriculture, ma'am. Like most of the people, they use this for fishes, ma'am. So like from the data that I have, ma'am, like in 773 water bodies, ma'am, in 1,300 square kilometer Bengaluru metropolitan area, Ma'am, like 580 water bodies, they're used for like various uses like fishing, agriculture, cleaning, and animal husbandry, ma'am. So basically, like these add to the pollution of the wetlands in Bangalore, ma'am. But and also urbanization is a huge factor for the degradation, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So what is your message from the study? Take over.
Sir, for my message, it is, I believe that it is extremely important for us as a community to do it. Like individually, it is possible, sir, but the effects that we can achieve when we do it as a group or at a national level, it is much more important, sir. So we have actually established that urbanization is the important cause, sir, but we cannot stop urbanization, nor can we give up on the nature, sir. So my take on this presentation is that we should try to curb the urbanization as much as we can. We should try to reduce the pollution effects, and we need to think of unique and different ways of trying to save or conserve the nature. So, for example, like wetlands are extremely, like we have the example of constructed wetlands, sir, and we know that wetlands are extremely important. They act as carbon sinks, and they're extremely beneficial for the nature. So I would say that my take on this would be to push for more policies at the national level that look at the conservation of not only wetlands but other ecosystems as well, so that we can try to sustain these, so that we can aim for sustainability in the future, and we can also go forward with all our urbanization or other plans that we have, sir.
Any other questions for Samit? Samit, there are no further questions, so thank you, and thank you, judges. We'll move to the next presentation.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, sir.
Prarthana, are you there?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
May I start with the presentation, sir?
Yes, you may now.
A very good evening to everyone. I am Prarthana R. I study in Vidyaniketan Public School in 10th Standard Head Section. So the topic I have chosen for LAKE Symposium 2020 is Biodiversity, Hydrology and Ecology of Western Ghats. Now let's start by answering the questions what, why and how. So next slide please. What does this project include? In this project, I have collected some information regarding the biodiversity, ecology, and hydrology of the two regions, Western Ghats and Eastern Africa, particularly the country Somalia. And later on, after collecting the information, I have compared the collected data with the help of few tables, graphical representation, and I have come to a conclusion with suitable reasoning for the outcome. So next slide, please. Now, the question why arises when I am saying that Somalia and Western Ghats will be compared. This is because long back, there was only one continent existing on Earth, and this continent was called Pangaea. And the southern part of this Pangaea was called Gondwana land, which included peninsula part of India, South Africa, South America, Antarctica, Australia. So when peninsular part of India was a part of this Gondwana land, it shared boundaries with Somalia. And as a result of this, both of these regions have similar bedrock of basalt, which was found by volcanic activities. As we know that bedrock influences the soil type, which in turn influences biodiversity, hydrology, and ecology, it will be suitable to compare Western Ghats with Somalia. So next slide, please. This is a picture which explains a continental drift. So next slide. While comparing biodiversity, I listed down the families and genus of birds, mammals, and plants. Mammals and plants which are found in Somalia and Western Ghats, and later on I listed down those families and genus which were common to both these regions, and here is the list of families of birds, families of mammals, and families of plants common to both these regions. So next slide please. And this is the graphical representation of the data which we saw in the previous slide. This graphical representation says that 18.75% of birds which we find in Western Ghats are also found in Somalia. 30.60% of mammals found in Western Ghats are also found in Somalia. And 62.10% of plants which are found in Western Ghats are also found in Somalia. So next slide. This is the list of genus of mammals which is common to both these regions, Somalia and Western Ghats. So next slide. This is the list of genus of birds common to both these regions. So next slide. And this is the list of genus of plants common to both Somalia and Western Ghats. So next slide. Now the question arises that why are we only comparing genus and families and not species? This is because continental drift started 200 million years ago, whereas it takes only 1 million year for evolution to take place. So between this 200 million years, a lot of evolution would have taken place, and hence it would not be so appropriate to compare species of both these regions. So next slide. A proper evidence that long back when continental drift started, even the species of both regions were similar. The proper evidence are fossils. Fossils of species of animals which are organisms which are found in Eastern Africa, that is Somalia. Fossils of the same organisms are also found in Western Ghats. The best example is snakehead fish. Snakehead fishes are generally found in the coasts of Somalia, but recently the living fossils of these species were also found in Western Ghats near Kerala. So next slide. Now talking about hydrology, I have chosen few parameters for comparison, including pH, total dissolved solids, hardness, nitrate content, chloride content, sodium content. If we observe, all these parameters are generally influenced by soil type, hence I have chosen these parameters. When we compare the data of both these regions, when rounded off, they are almost the same. So next slide. In ecology, I have mainly concentrated on biomes or ecosystems. So the ecosystems found in Western Ghats include montane rainforests, moist deciduous forests, dry deciduous forests, evergreen forests, scrub jungles, savannas, peat bogs, myristica swamps. So next slide. And then those found in Somalia include tropical and subtropical moist broadleaf forests, savannas, mangroves, montane xeric woodlands, desert and xeric shrublands, tropical and subtropical grasslands. So in both these regions, the common ecosystems found are tropical moist broadleaf forests and savannas. So next slide. So when we compared hydrology, biodiversity, and ecology, there were many similarities and as well as variations. So what is the reason for all this? The similarities, as we saw prior to this, is because of common similar bedrock, and the variations are because of changing parameters with continental drift, which include latitude, longitude, altitude, temperature, rainfall, and average wind speed. As the position of Western Ghats changed with continental drift, the latitude and longitude also changed, and the hilly regions of Western Ghats weren't present prior to continental drift. As the continental drift started, the hilly regions of Western Ghats started to develop, and hence altitude has also changed. And with the change in position, Western Ghats have near to the Tropic of Cancer, whereas Somalia is near the equator, and hence Somalia has greater temperature than Western Ghats. And rainfall varies from 2000 millimeters in Western Ghats to 265.44 millimeters in Somalia. Average wind speed in Western Ghats is 10 km per hour, and average wind speed in Somalia is 21.9 km per hour. So next slide. So the conclusions we may take from this presentation is that there are many similarities in biodiversity, ecosystems, and hydrology of these two regions. This is because they have similar bedrock because they shared boundaries prior to the continental drift. Perhaps we can find many differences too, and this is because of changing parameters like latitude, longitude, altitude, temperatures, wind speed, rainfall, etc. So next slide. I would like to append my presentation by acknowledging that plagiarism is not practiced in any means, and I value and respect the opportunity provided, and would like to thank Indian Institute of Science and Vidyaniketan Public School for this great opportunity. So next slide. This is the bibliography of the websites and PDFs I have referred to articulate this presentation. So next slide. Thank you.
Prarthana, thank you for that presentation. Now let's see if judges have any questions for you.
Prarthana?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the rainfall pattern in Somalia and the Western Ghats?
Ma'am?
What is the rainfall pattern in Somalia and Western Ghats?
I'm not sure of the pattern, ma'am.
Okay.
Ratna, can you list any uniqueness in both these places, Western Ghats as well as Somalia, if not similarities?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, in the hydrology table, ma'am, there are many differences in these two regions, including catchment area, surface water runoff. There are many variations in these two regions. The data for the Juba and Shebel rivers found in Somalia is very different from the data of the rivers Tungabhadra, Kaveri, and Krishna, Godavari, and the major rivers found in Western Ghats.
So compare the areas between these two. So what is the area of Western Ghats and what is the area of Somalia?
I don't have the appropriate data, sir. Like I just know the thing, but I'm not sure with the appropriate data.
Okay.
Any other questions for Prarthana? Okay, Prarthana, I have a couple of questions for you. First one, what are living fossils?
Yes, sir. When fossils are the remains of prehistoric plant or animal embedded in rock and preserved in petrified form. When these fossils are really found to live, those living organisms are termed to be living fossils. For
How
example,
can a fossil come to life?
Sir?
How can a fossil come to life?
In the sense, like prior to this, prior of finding this living fossil, everyone will be considering one organism to be fossil at that region. But when they find it at that particular region again to be living, they call it as a living fossil.
I see. Okay. And the other question that I have for you is, see, you have compared the biodiversity and the hydrology and ecology overall of Somalia and Western Ghats. And you're saying because they were a part of the same uh, part of land before the continental drift, they have a lot of similarities, correct?
Yes, sir.
And because of the time period, you have selected the genus instead of the species level.
Yes, sir.
So according to that statement, if I compare the species in the Western Ghats with a region that is not a part of that land, would I still have similarities in genus or not?
Can you please repeat the question, sir?
Okay, you have compared Somalia and Western Ghats, correct?
Yes, sir.
And because of the long time period where they were attached together, you are saying that a lot of evolution would have happened with the species, and that's why you have considered genus.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if I compare Western Ghats species with a part of land that it was not attached to, not at all Africa, maybe say North America.
Yes, sir.
Okay, according to your statement, I should not find similarities in genus. Am I right?
There will be similarities, sir, but not a vast range. Only few similarities may be there, or else it may be a coincidence or so.
Okay, let's say we'll compare Japan and Western Ghats.
Okay, sir.
Okay, in birds, mammals, and other organisms that you have compared, the flora and fauna. If I
Yes.
extract the data of the genus,
Yes, sir.
do you think I might not find so many similarities?
There are chances, sir, because this is I have taken one aspect which influences the similarities. That is similar bedrock, but there are many other factors which influence the biodiversity. So there are chances to have similarities, sir.
Okay, so do you still think that comparing the genus would be an ideal thing to do for the biodiversity part?
Not exactly ideal, but maybe better than comparing species. Like species would be not so appropriate. I think so.
Okay, thank you, Pratna. Thank you, judges. Now we'll move to the next presentation. Gagan Sadia, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm there. I'm audible to you, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Sir, I just want to ask, did you check my 9th, 13th, and 14th slides, sir?
Yes, I think I responded to that also.
Yeah. Okay, sir. So, good evening, everyone. This is Sadia from KK English High School, studying in 10th standard, and I'm from Bartur. And my both maternal and paternal grandparents are from Bartur. So, I have grown up by listening to the stories of Bartur. They used to tell me that Bartur was a beautiful village with big trees, brimming greenery, and fresh vegetables, and with very less people who enjoyed a beautiful lake with lots of fish and healthy aquatic system. But I'm very sad to say that I haven't experienced any of these. But surely I was punished by getting late to school, and this is only because of the traffic jams here in Vartur. Hence, this made me to take up the study of mapping land use and land cover change of Vartur, in which my friend Gagan Chaudhary helped me in doing it. Next slide, sir. Now let us start our presentation by understanding these three terms. Land cover is defined as the features that are present on Earth's surface. Land use means the human-induced changes for agricultural, industrial, residential, and recreational purposes. Land cover change means the conversion and modification of vegetation, changing in biodiversity, soil quality, and land productivity. Land use has been changing from the day humans began to manage their environment, which led to growth in urbanization by increasing in population, of which over the years, land use has changed drastically. Next slide, sir. So the main objective of our study is to assess land use and land cover changes from 2003 to 2020, and to assess the degradation of agricultural and non-productive land in Vartur, and to find the reasons for change in land use, and also to see the expansion of residential area in Vartur. Next slide, sir. So this is a map of our study area, that is Vartur. It is totally of 742 acres and ranges from 12° north to 77° east, and has a population of 46,000 according to 2015 census. Next slide, sir. We have taken time-lapse maps of 2003 and 2020 as our study area from Google Earth Pro. Next slide, sir. So this is our study area, that is Vartur in 2003. It clearly shows that 90% of our study area was with agricultural and a part of non-productive land, and only 10% was the built-up area. Now let us move on to the next slide. Next slide, sir. So this is a map of our study area in 2020. Here, the agricultural and non-productive land has reduced to 39%, which also shows us the enormous change in green cover of Vartur. Next slide, sir. So on the other hand, it results in the growth of residential area from 10% to 61%, and also it shows the degradation of productive land in our village. And due to the effect of overpopulation and unplanned urbanization, water crisis and wide usage of vehicles raised extensively. Next slide, sir. Okay. So the question arises here is, how did the land cover change so fastly and drastically here in Vartur? One of the reason might be Vartur was a serene village where people love to live in, and also comparatively less land price and low cost house rent, which attracted people and builders to live here. And so also we had a very beautiful lake by which most of them were farmers, and we got fresh vegetables. And dairy farming was also immense in Vartur. Might be all these reasons attracted builders to invest here and started worsening the nature in the name of development. And I also forgot to add one more point that ITPL, which was established in Whitefield, also became a reason for growth in population, leading us to degradation of land. Next slide, sir. So here are some of the problems which are faced by Varturians. Here, the garbage menace, which is of course the top issue of the city. Next slide, sir. Here are the pictures of water scarcity and packaged drinking water. Next slide, sir. So the traffic congestion in Vartur. Next slide, sir. And then I met Dr. Patil, a medical practitioner, and came to know that according to him, if every alternative day there are cases of gastroenteritis, which is 48% due to the contamination of food and water. And also cases of kidney failures are raising gradually. Next slide, sir. And all this is because of the rapid growth in urbanization, which led us to the overcrowding of vehicles. And also, people here in Vartur pay back a huge amount for water. The bowels which were dug before 25 to 30 years were all dried up. And now people go for approximately 1,350 to 1,500 feet with no water. And for drinking purposes, it's way worsened. Either the rich or the poor is totally dependent on packaged drinking water. So by all these things, we can see that we have a very well unplanned urbanization here in Bartur, by which we have unfortunately almost lost bird species, trees, and also fish species too. So now let us move on to the next slide. At the starting of my presentation, I told that Urtur was a serene and beautiful village. So here are the two pictures. The first one is the Vartur Lake, and the second one is the paddy field, which is adjacent to Vartur. What you see at the edge in the second picture is Vartur village, which is so beautiful to see, right? But now everything is wrecked up. Now that we have already seen how land cover has changed in our study area from 90% to 39%, whereas in our school, which is also situated in Vartur, got a reverse change. Next slide, sir. So this is map of our school in 2002. It is 5 acres of land with total eucalyptus grove. Next slide, sir. So here is the amazing part. Here, this is the map of our school in 2020. That eucalyptus grove was totally converted into mini forest, by which we have 3.76 acres of green area, by which we have 501 trees and a good biodiversity and environment to live in. Next slide, sir. So hereby I conclude that through our study, we have seen a vast degradation of agricultural and non-productive land from 90% to 39%. And according to TVS, sir, Bangalore is going to be concretized by 98.3% by 2025. And Vartur, as being an epicenter, is a clear-cut example of it. Next slide, sir. So I'm very thankful to TV Ramachandra sir and IISC team for giving us this amazing opportunity, and all others who helped me in doing and completing this project. A special thanks to my teacher and my friends and family who helped me in doing it. Next slide, sir. And I wanted to remind you that until the last tree is cut and until the last river is polluted and the last drop of oil is used, only then we will know that we can't eat money. So by this saying, I want next slide, sir. I want to thank each and every one of you for your time and patience. Thank you so much.
Sadia, thank you for that presentation. Now let's take the questions from the judges.
Yes, sir.
Sadia,
Yes, ma'am.
what are the impacts of land use and land cover changes in Vartur?
The impacts were what happened, whatever I have said in the problems, and which now we are facing here is the degradation of soil quality and also the land productivity, and due to which farmers are not able to cultivate properly, and we don't have so much of land to cultivate the amount of vegetables which we were producing earlier.
Okay.
So these are the impacts which happen due to the growth of residential area and also the unplanned urbanization which impacted on our land and on our soil.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Sadia, you were very eloquent about the quality of life you had in Varatur a couple of years back and the changes that has happened throughout. So, coming into the present scenario, how can you manage development and environmental conservation? As a citizen of the new world, can you tell us how this can go hand in hand?
Yes, ma'am. As of being a responsible citizen here, we in our school we have tried uh, encouraging, or even we are encouraged to go good with environment, and also we can encourage people to study more and more about the planned urbanization. Urbanization is important, but uh, we should also have environment literate students so that we as of being a future generation, we are not going to pay a huge amount for it.
Is it possible to bring back the pristine nature that you had in Varatur if you work towards it now?
Inshallah, ma'am. If we try, if we have that possibility, if we have that courage in us of being responsible citizens, as the rejuvenation of lake is going with good leaders, even we can do with our city also, with a positive attitude too.
Thank you very much for your positivity in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions for Sadia?
So Sadia, what are the agricultural and horticulture crops that you see in and around Vartur?
Yes, ma'am. I have listed some of them. One is there is at last of our in our village or a town, we farmers just grow the asparagus, and also the tur dal. I don't actually know the English name, but it's the tur dal, and we have some patches of spinach also grown. But now what I have interviewed some of the farmers, and I got to know that most of the farmers are not letting their children, are not encouraging their children towards farming, as agriculture is a backbone of our country. It is because of the highly polluted lake and also the degradation of land quality. So only we can find asparagus, which is a show plant. I guess that is a show plant itself. Asparagus.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Rijilal sir, for setting the PPT ready for me. Thank you so much, sir.
It was the same PPT that you sent.
Oh, okay, sir.
Okay.
I was worried.
Yeah, no problem. Sadia, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
See, you have explained about how the Vartur was before, with just 10% of urbanization to 90%. I mean, just the flip of the coin. So, where do you think we went wrong in Vartur?
We went wrong.
We as humankind.
first thing, the point one is here in Vartur, as of being a village people, we were not knowing about the uh, future effects of it. Nobody was so much of literated, so people were happy when the urbanization happened, and also mm, uh, the lake, which we were not even aware about it, got polluted. So hence all these reasons might be people went wrong. I mean, the human went wrong. That is why I, being a student of this school, um, uh, I mean, I'm doing as good as job as possible for helping our village to get a serene again and clean again.
Thank you, Satya. Thank you, judges. Now let's move to the next presentation. Smita, are you there?
Yes, sir.
You can start when you're ready.
Okay, sir. Good evening. My name is Smita. I'm studying in 10th standard in Bangalore Based Girls High School. My project name is Thermal Pyrolysis of Plastic, Waste to Wealth. Next slide. Firstly, why plastic pyrolysis? Because the recycling of plastic reinstates plastic. Plastic waste management is the biggest challenge of 21st century. Here, I have listed some of the umpteen problems caused by plastic, and being responsible citizens, it is a collective responsibility to save the world. Next slide. Here, I have mentioned the major types of plastic, and that is PET, HDPE, PVC, LDPE, PP, PS, PC, and others. Next slide, please. I have shown here the graph of plastic consumption in India. We selected LDPE for our project as we have heard that the oil production is maximum in these kind of plastics compared to other types. Moreover, these kind of plastics were available easily. Next slide. These are the objectives of our project, providing a better alternative to recycling and paving a way for efficient waste management, encouraging the waste collection to maximize the production, which clears tons of plastic off our roads, ensuring a cleaner and healthier world to our coming generations who need not worry about the food and water they consume, assuring employment opportunities, spreading awareness about the need to rethink, resolve, and rectify. Next slide. Here, I have shown the materials required for pyrolysis, product testing, and apparatus. Next slide. This is the procedure. We have collected plastics made of LDPE, mostly carry bags, cut them into pieces, weighed 100 grams, and then put the plastic into the heating can. Next slide. We heated the can with a portable LPG cylinder for nearly 45 minutes. We absorbed dense white vapor in condensation chamber, so we allowed it to cool down. We got two products here. We got liquid and some char. Next slide. You can see the liquid what we got in the measuring jar, and we had to filter it as it was mixed with some char. So you can also see that the filtrate showed two distinct layers of liquid. Since the filter paper was looking oily, we just tried to lit it with a matchstick, and you can see how vigorously it burned. Next slide. We wanted to conduct few tests, so we separated the two liquids. Actually, we did this separation after 3 days. Though we had kept the measuring jar closed, we could notice some droplets on the jar, indicating that the liquids were volatile. Next slide. These are the tests we conducted. First, we checked the solubility of the products with water as well as palm oil. We found that all the products are insoluble in water and soluble in palm oil. I need to explain here why we selected palm oil. Actually, we had to conduct tests for flammability, and we thought palm oil will be better than coconut oil as it is cheaper. And we also found that palm oil has higher flash point than kerosene, so we thought it will be safe. Next slide. Here you can see the flammability test we conducted. We found that the wick with char burnt with medium flame, the wick with liquid 1 burnt vigorously, and the wick with liquid 2 did not burn at all. To confirm our observation, we even tried to add these liquids to a normal burning wick. We found that when we added liquid 1, the wick burnt more vigorously, but when we added liquid 2, the flame got extinguished. Next slide. We also tried to check the pH of the products using both blue and pink litmus, and we found that all the products are acidic. We also added little sodium hydroxide to each of the products and repeated the test. The litmus paper did not show any change, indicating that neutralization had happened. Next slide. I have listed here the various observations. Next slide. Here you can see a comparative study of the properties. As like I said earlier, the liquid 1 and char are flammable, liquid 2 is non-flammable, and all the three products were acidic. Both the liquids were volatile and all the three had unpleasant odor. Next slide. I need to mention that all the observations about volatility, density, and combustibility are based on physical ground, as we couldn't get the liquids tested in recognized chemical testing labs due to insufficient quantity of liquid products. I also have listed here some of the possible gaseous products, and we are certain about only one thing, that we didn't get butadiene because there was no aromatic odor. Next slide. So this is the conclusion we came upon. Two of the three products show fuel qualities. All the previous studies about pyrolysis suggest the use of liquid as a substitute for gasoline. But we found that it is not ideal to use it in place of gasoline due to the following reasons. The liquid what we got is highly volatile, so higher the volatility, higher the auto ignition point, which may lead to accidents. Turbidity increases with decrease in temperature, so not advisable during cold weather, and the liquid is acidic in nature, which can corrode the engine parts of the vehicle. And the supply of plastic cannot be permanent, especially considering the ban of disposable ones now. Hence, not ideal to make alteration in engines to use a blended gasoline. Next slide. If blended with palm oil in ratio 1:3, the liquid 1 and char could be substituted for kerosene when it comes to industrial applications. However, further studies are required to approve. Gas chromatography and VPC tests are suggested. The combustible liquid obtained can be used in fire extinguishers, but flashpoint test is to be done. Next slide. We predict that there could be some future scopes of pyrolysis because all the types of plastic could be subjected to pyrolysis. The existing recycling units itself can be upgraded into pyrolyzing unit, and such a venture will also increase job opportunities. We strongly suggest the blending of these oils with palm oil, and this can also benefit the farmers. And if proper studies are conducted about the gaseous output, it can be a substitute for kerosene, but only for industrial usage, because we do not recommend it as a substitute for gasoline. If proper studies are conducted in this field, we believe that we can arrest various types of pollution. Next slide. I thank the entire team of LAKE 2020 of CES Department, IISC, for providing me an opportunity to present my project. Next slide. These are some of the sites we used for references. Thank you all.
Thank you, Smita, for that presentation.
Thank you,
now,
sir.
Let's take the questions from the judges.
Yes, sir.
Smita?
Yes, ma'am.
Why plastics are harmful to ecosystem?
Ma'am, because it cannot be degradable, ma'am. It will take many years to degrade. And if it does also, it forms microplastics, which will end up in animals and fishes. And it can pollute through food. It can cause harm for us also through food chain, ma'am.
Okay. So what is thermal pyrolysis?
Thermal pyrolysis is heating a thing using heat and getting some other output of out of that, like Many things are undergone thermal pyrolysis like wood and anything, ma'am.
Okay, so in your slide, I saw vapor phase chromatography. Can you just give the principle behind the vapor phase chromatography?
That is actually a test which can guess the gaseous output, ma'am. When we actually, it is a test which can predict. It can say what gaseous products are we are getting when we burn something.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Smita,
Yes, ma'am.
so the residues that is left out after burning your plastic, what use do they have?
Ma'am, as I said, we got some char, ma'am. Even that is flammable, and even that can be used like kerosene, ma'am, if it is blended with palm oil. And if it is burnt with furnace, if not with the LPG portable cylinder, if it is burnt with furnace, those residue will be minimal. So it will not be more, ma'am. The residue will not be more. Even if it is there, we can blend it with palm oil and we can use it as a substitute for kerosene.
You mean to say the residue that you have got is in liquid form?
Residue, what we got is no, ma'am. Actually, what vapor we condensed, we got liquid, and some residue was char, ma'am.
So that was in solid form.
Yes, ma'am. A little solid, ma'am.
So that solid you're going to mix it with palm oil, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then use it where?
Instead of kerosene, we predict it can be used instead of kerosene, but studies should be, further studies are required, ma'am.
Solid and liquid mixture you're going to use instead of kerosene.
It is just a suggestion that it can be used instead of kerosene, but yeah, ma'am, further studies are required.
No, you're not getting the point. You're mixing solid and liquid there.
Yes, ma'am.
And replacing a liquid fuel.
Ma'am, actually, no, it's not so solid, ma'am. It is little like it is little liquidish, ma'am. Like it's not so solid, ma'am. Okay.
So what is the outcome of this study?
So we want to say that instead of recycling plastic, we can subject it to pyrolysis, where if we recycle, we get the same plastic bag, which will again be thrown into the oceans or into the environment, where again animals will be harmed. So if pyrolysis is done, we can get some fuel oil, and this way we can contribute to we can contribute to the fuel production also. And even fossil fuels can be restored. I mean, it can that uses can be less.
Okay.
Smita,
Yes, ma'am.
there is a company in Ireland which has, through pyrolysis and end of plastic, has made aviation grade fuel and has flown one plane from Dublin to Australia. I hope you would have understood this because you would have researched on it. And here I want to ask you, do you find this possibility of using this for any kind of, this kind of any kind of fuel that can be usable?
Yes, ma'am. We have studied previous studies and projects and all. We know that they are saying they can use instead of gasoline or like diesel and all, but we do not suggest that because it was acidic and volatility was high. So we say it can be used for kerosene, but further studies are required, ma'am. Chemical tests are required.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Smita,
Yes, ma'am.
how much amount of plastic did you use to do the study experiment?
100 gram, ma'am.
How much is the yield?
We got 15 ml of liquid, ma'am, and some char.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Smita, looks like there are no further questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, one question I have is, what is the chemical composition of LDPE plastic?
Sorry, sir, I'm not able to hear you.
What is the chemical composition of LDPE plastic?
Sorry, sir, I don't know about that.
Okay, and have you checked the chemical composition of your final product?
No,
The char
sir.
and the liquid?
Actually, for testing that, we needed 50 ml of liquid, but
Okay.
it was very less, sir. What we got was very less, sir.
Okay, okay, but you did check in the lab.
Yeah, sir. Physical testing and all we did, sir. But this composition and chemical tests were not done, sir.
Oh, thank you, Smita.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, judges. Now we'll move to the next presentation. Prasidashri, are you
Yes,
there?
sir. Can I start, sir?
Yeah, you can start when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Namaskaram. I started with my salutation with this word because this has some relation with my topic. I am Prasidashri of class 10 from Vidyaniketan Public School. My main heading is Anthropogenic Disasters and Natural Disasters. I've taken the specific topic of linking mythology with anthropogenic disasters. Next slide, sir. So to know more about anthropogenic disasters, we should know what is anthropogenic hazard and a myth. Anthropogenic hazards are those which are caused by human action or inaction, intentionally or unintentionally. Anthropogenic hazards may adversely affect human biomes and ecosystem. To generalize, every living organism on this world. Mythology is a collection of myths, especially one belonging to a particular religious or cultural traditions. Myth is a traditional story, especially one concerning the early history of a people or explaining a natural or social phenomenon and involves supernatural beings or events. Next slide, sir. Man-made disasters arise from anthropogenic hazards. Man has a direct hand in this occurrence. That is like oil spills, fires, leakage of illegal dumping, and so on. The Indian Ocean region, known as the world's hazard belt, as it is prone to both natural and man-made disasters. Bhopal disaster. It is a gas tragedy due to gas leakage. As water entered a tank containing methyl isocyanate, carbon dioxide built up and the temperature started increasing over 200 degrees Celsius, that is 392 degrees Fahrenheit. This happened on 2nd and 3rd of December 1984. Next slide, sir. I've taken some statistics. The Indian Ocean region consists of 28 states and which includes 21 members of the Indian Ocean Rim Association. In 2017, this region was home to 35% of the world's total population. That is equal to 2.6 billion people. Next slide, sir. Predictions about the world. The world's population will reach 8.5 billion by 2030, 9.7 billion by 2050, and 11 billion by 2100. India will be leading as the most populous around 7 years from now. Contrasting with population, India will be leading by China, Nigeria, and US following. We only have a decade, approximately 10 years, to avoid the worst consequences of climate change. And this is a clipping of the warning given by the UN IPCC of the rising temperature. Next slide, sir. Let's talk about mythology. So from now on, I'll be showing you the clippings of how mythology and anthropogenic disasters are related. Next slide, sir. In Vishnu Purana, the destruction which concerns the whole universe is written. It is also told that matter, space, and time also exist. In Mahabharatam, it is told that the provoked destruction ends only when the cycle of yugas end. So we are presently in Kali Yuga. I'll talk about this in the next slide. Coming back, Mahabharatam tells that the creator will have no other way than completely destructing the world due to the increasing population. The 9 most important identities caused for decrease in population are litany, that is, child mortality, maternal mortality and disease burden, fertility rate, abortion, marriage age, and high risk of behaviors. This also leads to badly and supervised neglected children. Next slide, sir. Kali Yuga, the age of downfall. This is a picture of my textbook where it tells that the Kali Yuga will end only when the stone, which is seen in the river of Pashupatinath temple in Nepal, will emerge fully and the goddess will escape. The evil period will end. Next slide, sir. So next picture should come, sir. The Kali Yuga, wealth alone will be considered the sign of a man's good birth, proper behavior, and fine qualities, and law and justice will be applied only on the basis of one's power. Money today has a great value, and opportunities are also given to the wealthy. This leads to depression, and suicide is a hazard to several natural ecosystems. Next slide, sir. Citing an foreign example, Nostradamus is a French astrologer who wrote this in the 16th century regarding corona. As he stated, the world's economy has reduced up to 23.9%. Next slide, sir. Next two pictures, sir. Humans cause extinction of a species through overharvesting, pollution, habitat destruction, and hybridization. The Ardhashastra has various sutras and different chapters relating to themes of statecraft and administration, which depicts environmental awareness. The book put forth significant importance on safeguarding and managing forests, gardens, and orchards, which were considered as a notable source of revenue besides being a recreational spots. The Ardhashastra dissected the country between the Himalayas and the oceans into various kinds of regions: village area, that is Gramya, mountains, Parvata, forest, Aranya, drylands, Bhauma, and plains, Sama, and uneven lands as Vishava. The Ardhashastra gives a demonstration of Kautilya's concern and perception about the living animals, domestic as well as wild animals. Penalties and strict punishments were imposed for injuring these living creatures. Next slide, sir. Next picture, sir. Yes, sir. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This is also a prediction of Nostradamus. A stone in the tree. Nostradamus' text described the shape of the mushroom cloud that engulfed the sky above the city. It could also mean a land-bound object like a stone and a bomb paradoxically appearing where it shouldn't, a tree or the sky. Next slide, sir. This is a picture from the Gujarat temple. You can see how the sculptures are holding electronic devices. This culture, which is present in Gujarat, talks about how people don't communicate with each other even when they are too close. War, corruption, discrimination, slavery, racism, and poverty are some of the different global issues that have emerged because of miscommunication. Not only this, birds also died due to mobile network stations. Next slide, sir. So the sloka which I have written is from Rig Veda. The Rig Veda talks about nature, which is inclusive of lakes, mountains, heaven, and earth. The forest or the water were worshipped and adored as divinity and given the names as Varuna, Indra, Maru, and was considered to be directly responsible for securing the requisite balance. So I'd like to conclude that our ancestors have already prescribed the problems we are going to face due to human as middlemen. Problems like pollution, population growth problems like population growth has no any real solutions because our birth rate is more than death rate. Afforestation is a very good way for global warming. Each individual contribute for the anthropogenic hazard. To prevent this, we can tighten bolts on your engine to prevent oil leaks is a small way to prevent oil leaks. Planting small saplings on every small occasions and many more. For some problems, the solutions are already written in the mythological books. We have to find it, and when our ancestors can protect the nature and live happily with nature, why can't we? Let's join hands to make this world a better place to live. Next slide, sir. So this is my bibliography. Next slide, sir. Next picture, sir. one more picture and a quote, sir. Thanking is just not a duty, but an art to take time who took time for us. I thank everybody who's actively participated and also listened to me patiently. I thank IISC and my school for giving me this golden opportunity. Thank you.
Prasidashri, thank you for the presentation. Now let's take the questions from the judges.
Yes, sir.
What is the outcome of this study?
Ma'am, as we have seen that like from mythology, we have seen in mythology, they have already written that how man can disrupt the world, ma'am. So as we can see, we should see the solution to these problems. And as there are many problems we are facing, we have to see solutions to it, ma'am. And it is already written in our ancestral book. So we need not find a new solution for everything. We can see the ancestral books and get the solutions, ma'am.
Okay.
So Prasidarshi, have you found any solution to the already existing anthropogenic disasters in the Vedas, which can be implemented according to you?
Ma'am, accordingly in Ardhashastra, ma'am, as I've already mentioned, Kautilya has told that when somebody harm the animals or the trees or the ecosystem, there should be punishment given, ma'am. But actually, we cannot punish them, but actually, we should let them understand the value of every living organism on this earth.
How would you do that?
Ma'am, as teenagers, I can just help them understand by campaigning and teaching. And more than that, maybe once when they face the problem, they will obviously run for the solution, ma'am. That time when we tell this, they will always listen to it, ma'am. I hope so.
Any other questions for Prasidashri? Okay, looks like there are no further questions, Prasidashri. I have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
Since you said we can find solutions from the mythology, what solution do you think can be found for a pandemic like Corona that is going on right now?
Sir, for a pandemic like this, we just have to first hope for the best, sir. Optimism is something which is written in every Veda and every mythology, sir. They have told that when you think bad, you get bad, sir. So you should be optimistic and you should hope for the best, first thing. Secondly, when you know there is something pandemic going on, you should contribute yourself and you should listen to the laws and protect yourself, increase your immunity by like in Vedas, they have given that neem leaf and turmeric is a very good. What is? I'm not getting the words, sir. Yes, it helps us to build immunity, sir. Neem and turmeric. So, like this, there are many ways and methods to help us prevent from any diseases, and maybe that is more like homeopathy, and that helps us more from allopathy, sir. It does not have even any side effects.
Thank you, Prasidashri.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, judges.
Thank you, judges. Now let's move to the next presentation. Okay, Vinayak, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Yeah. So, good evening, everybody. This is Vinayak, and I'll be explaining about the spiders I found near my area. I live near Kotnur. So, this is my project. Next slide, sir. So, this is my area of study that is to the south of the Kotnur Lake. So, this study was conducted between August 20th and October 20th. And also recently I have included a bunch of photos which I got in December as well 12th and 13th of December. Next slide, sir. So the main goals of this project are to identify the different species of spider I could find, then differentiate between them on basis of their web design, and then find the difference between 2018 and 2020 data that I collected, and finally spread awareness about the spiders that we can find near lakes, and hence make people like know more about their environment. Next slide, sir. So I'll be presenting my outcomes first before I show you this photos of the spiders I found. So next slide, sir. So this is the three main criteria which I differentiated the spiders on in 2018 and 2020. The most common spider I found in 2018 was the giant golden orb weaver. In 2020, I found many ant mimic spiders. And in 2018, I had found only 9 spider species. This year, I found 23 spider species. And the change in environment was, at that time, there was like the vegetation was mild as there was more human traffic and they were regularly cut down, and the trampling of human feet had reduced them. But this time, due to the pandemic, there is more vegetation. So I expect that will have a that can explain one of the differences in the number of species found. So next slide, sir. So in 2018, I found 9 species of spiders, out of which there were 5 orb weavers, and then there were 4 jumping spiders, out of which one is the ant mimic spider. So next slide. In 2020, as I told, I found 23 species of spiders, out of which a majority are orb weavers, and some of them are the jumping spiders, and very rarely I found a few building cobweb. Next slide, sir. So these are the factors that affected the outcome. As I told again, this pandemic might have affected the results. And then I also have improved myself at spotting spiders and where to search. I know it better than I did in 2018. And this year I covered more area than I did in 2018. Next slide, sir. So now I'll be explaining the type of webs I divided them on. So next slide. So this is a orb web. As you can see, these are the traditional webs we see in drawings and cartoon drawings, etc., where it's concentric circles with lines connecting them to the center. So this is a two-dimensional structure which is less visible and great for catching prey, which explains why more than 50% of the spider species build orb webs if they do build webs. So we can find 2 type of orb webs. One is the vertical orb web, which catches insects flying parallel to the ground, whereas the horizontal orb web, which helps the spider to catch insects which are taking off from the ground or landing towards the ground. So next slide. So these are cobwebs. These have more structural integrity than orb webs, but the difference is this can be seen more easily and are used for nesting their eggs or something like that. Rarely are they used for trapping insects. So next slide. So now these are the results I found when I differentiated them on the basis of webs. Mainly, I found 6 species of web weaving spiders, whereas I found 7 species of spiders that do not build webs. And cobweb weaving, I couldn't find a species exactly. Uh, I did find cobwebs, but I didn't find the spiders in them. So next slide. So these now I'll be showing the photos of the spiders I found, and I may share a few facts about them. So next slide. So this is the giant golden orb weaver belonging to the family Aranidae. Many orb weavers belong to the family Aranidae, in fact. So these spiders can be found in various places near my house and the park. They, according to my observation, they live in a community. So, and I observed many female spiders having lost a few legs. So the bottom one is a very tiny one and it's a male. So next slide. This is a red leg nephila, which I only found two of. These are very hard to come across. So next slide. So these are the giant cross spiders. So I found a lot of these spiders as well. And their nests are beautiful. They are also called signature spiders because of the signature like pattern they leave on their nests. So next slide. This is another orb weaver, the four spot orb weaver. So these were pretty rare to come across, and as their webs are also tough to spot and they are tiny in size. So next slide. This is the yellow garden spider, which I found only one of in my garden. So these are again a species of signature spiders. So next slide. This is the oriental spiny orb weaver. Again, I found a lot of these spiders near my house. So these spiders especially attracted me because of their beautiful coloring. And the bottom picture you can see is a baby. So next slide. So this is the green leg spider. These were tough to come across due to their camouflage and their size, which is very small. So I found 7 of these, and these tend to bolt and dart, which is why it was tough to capture their images. So next slide. This is the orange link spider, again like the green link spider itself, but their body are orange in color. Next slide, sir. So this is the regal jumping spider belonging to the family Salticidae. So jumping spiders, all jumping spiders belong to the family Salticidae. So yeah, these I found a few of. So next slide. So ahead I have few more species of spiders which I found. So can you move, like take it to the last slides? So these are the spiders which I couldn't find the species of. So now the conclusion that I have come to is that a lot of changes have occurred in the spider species I found in these 2 years. And the spider species can grow or shrink in response to the changes in their environment. Yes, sir. Next slide. So these are the people who helped me in the project. So next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinayak, for that presentation. Now let's take the questions from the judges.
Vinayak?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the ecological significance of spiders?
So spiders are very important to the environment. They help control pests and also regulate the biodiversity of a region. Now, if spiders were to be eliminated in any ecosystem, it would lead to a massive increase in the species of other insects, which could then be regarded as pests and which would destroy the environment as we know it.
So, what are the threats faced by the spider population?
So, one of the major threats faced by the spider population is, of course, humans, because despite them being tiny and harmless, many people are scared of spiders and usually try to remove them from their houses or eliminate them wherever they can find them. Many children even destroy the spider webs and also kill spiders. So these are the main threats I observed spiders facing in my region.
Okay.
Vinayak, can you make out between different genders of spiders? Are there any differences?
The main difference between genders of spiders can be usually their sizes, which in many spider species, the males are very small compared to the females. And the other difference you can make out is if we can see their fangs clearly, below their fangs, they will have a special organ which they use for transfer of sperms.
And what about the eggs? Like, do they make any special structures in order to lay eggs, or do they go in hiding?
So this again depends on the species of spiders. Almost all spiders species lay the eggs in egg sacs, but the way they store these egg sacs are different. Like the golden orb weavers, they hide their egg sacs under leaves and in the underground. And other spider species tend to find tiny cracks or spaces like between doors or something where they make their egg sacs. Others put it into a structure within the cobweb, as we could see in a few of the pictures at the end.
So, how about their lifespan?
So usually spiders' lifespan are really short. Many tend to die within range of a few months, and at most a few spider species, which I think I have seen since the beginning of this year. So I think they can live up to 1 year. And if we take to the T's, tarantulas, that is, they can live up to 12 to 13 years. But the spiders I found in my region, according to my data, the most I've seen of any spider is 1 year, like the similar features, sort of. And it's tough to differentiate between spiders, so I don't have an accurate like age limit in my study over the 3 years.
Okay, thank you, Vinayak.
Vinayak, you have said the spiders can adapt and change. Do you think the same goes to the man when a tough situation is given, like a climate change? Do you think man will be able to adapt and change like the spiders?
So this again comes to the way we tend to tackle those problems. So spiders, like humans, require many things except other than survival itself. Like they require comfort, luxury, and all. So surviving different changes will be difficult for us based on our personality. So overall, humans might make it through climate change, but we are, we don't have the ability to adapt as well as spiders.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Vinayak,
Yes, ma'am.
can you tell me how spiders differ from insects?
So spiders belong to an entirely different class than insect. Like they are under arthropods. So they come under arachnids, under arthropods, and they have 8 legs, and their body structure is totally different from other insects. So
How
insects,
many eyes do spiders have?
spiders have 8 eyes.
All right, Vinayak, I have a question for you. During your presentation, you explained about different types of webs.
Yeah.
And one of them were cobwebs. And you mentioned that that is not used for catching their prey, and mainly it is used for resting or laying the eggs.
Yeah.
So how do the spiders that weave the cobwebs hunt?
So the spiders that use cobwebs usually hunt by like trapping their prey or something in regions. Like now if they build their cobweb in one region, they usually tend to hunt them by laying out tiny strands of webs away from the cobweb, which are like sort of, the cobweb supports those structures. So those structures, I did not classify them separately because those are not the main features of cobwebs here. Those spiders usually tend to hunt by either using like sort of like jumping spiders by attacking their prey, or in very rare cases they use the cobweb as trap themselves.
Okay. And the other question that I had is related to your study area.
Yeah.
Now, having this increase in study area, what do the spiders indicate in your Kothunur region?
So in the Kotnur region, these spiders, the variation between spiders, I saw the fluctuation between spiders in 2018 and 2020. So most of the spiders were in the same region, but a few spiders, which the rarer species of spiders, which was tougher to spot for me, were more away in the newer regions that I searched, because those are slightly more dense than what I had searched in the 2018. So yeah, so I could find more spiders if I had searched more thoroughly, but because of the dense habitation there, I satisfied myself with only a few spiders.
So you're saying that the increase in spider numbers or the species is basically because you increase the scope of your study area, the area of the study area that you have chosen, that is increased. So that's
Uh,
why there are more spiders.
it was only few, most of them I found again in the same region. Only like 7 to 8 species were out of the region I found, out of the region I had searched in 2018.
Okay. So that is not because of any environmental changes, but because of purely increasing the area.
A few of the spiders, yes, but a few newer spiders I had also found in my region. So yeah, there's a little gap between that.
And my final question to you is, what sampling technique have you used to identify or to look for the spiders?
So looking for the spiders, basically what I did was try to find any traces of them, like either any trap web on the ground, which I don't think is there any in my region, and then I searched for webs or
Yeah, what
webs
is
or
that sampling technique called?
like I didn't research thoroughly on my own technique, like how I find them. I just developed them as an instinct, purely as an instinct.
Okay. Thank you, Vinayak. Are there any other questions for Vinayak? All right, Vinayak, no further questions. So thank you, and thank you, judges. Now we'll move to the final presentation of the day. Vedesha, are you there?
Yes, Anna.
Okay. All right, you can start whenever you're ready.
Good evening, one and all present here. I am Vedisha from class 10, studying in Pune Primary School. My research topic is biodiversity of Anandavana. Next slide. Uh, Anandavana has one of the highest potential to be explored for biodiversity. So near Anandavana, the physiographic features are Savandrika Hills, Manchanbele Reservoir, Tippakandanhalli Dam. So why I chose this topic? Birds are found in abundance in and around forest areas. Birds have beautiful colors and shape. Also, they have very melodious call and also acrobatic flight patterns, cleverness in building nets. Next slide. This is my study area, Anandavana campus. It is located near Bangalore rural district, Magdi Taluk, and close to foothills of Sandurga. These are the coordinates, and area is about 5 acres. This is the front view of building in the first picture, and the second picture shows the vegetation grown in Andavana, and the third picture is the forest area. The type of forest area is here scrubland, and medicinal plants are also grown here. Next slide. broadly, 4 types of landmarks can be shown using the map from Google Maps. The first one is the black color, which is human settlement, and orange color, which is agricultural field, and blue color showing water bodies, and the green color, the forest region. Next slide. So, in my whole presentation, there are five objectives. Firstly, to assess the bird diversity, and the second is to know the global status of abundance as per IUCN Red List, and the third one is to understand the dietary pattern of the birds present in Anandavana, and fourth one is to collect Sanskrit and Kannada names of bird species to the extent possible, and the last one is to observe every bird's migration status. Next slide. Materials and methods are used in this research. So the materials were electronic devices like Lenovo laptops, and the books, uh, Birds of Indian Subcontinent, Birds and Birdwatching in India, Biodiversity of Anandavana, and camera and binoculars. The methods were all-out search method. The data of was from 2 years, 2018 to 2020. The survey timings were 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Until now, we have conducted 10 surveys. There are not only in 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. I also seen birds uh, um, being stationary, and also not only all out search method. Next slide. A result. First one is bird diversity. Number of species I found was 92, and the number of families were 45. And the global status. There were 91 least concern, and only one as endangered. So, dietary pattern. There were 10 different dietary patterns of birds. Uh, Omnivore was in abundance, and the least was scavenger. Omnivore was 29, and scavenger was only one. And vernacular names I found. Kannada names were 92. That is, all of them I have found in Kannada names, and Sanskrita names only 58 I have found. Migration status. There are 84 resident and 8 migratory. Next slide. Family chart. There are 45 families, as I told, and the accipitrid was in abundance. There were 11 species. 11 species, and there were 25 other families having only one species. They were least. Next slide. This is the checklist. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Discussion. The first one is biodiversity. Accipitrid was 12%. So in Accipitridae, there were mainly raptors. Include raptors are there, like black kite, Brahminic kite, black winged kite, booted eagle, etc. And 25 families of only 1.1%. Example, oriole and golden oriole and common hoopoe, and many more. Next slide. Global status. So as you see, only there were least concern was in abundance 99%, and endangered was 1%. Next slide. The third one is dietary pattern. Omnivore was 31.5%, and scavenger was 1.1%. Omnivore was like malkoha, cuckoo, hoopoe, myna, jungle fowl, peafowl, babblers are present. Next slide. These are the vernacular names. All the species have been identified by Kannada names. In Samskrita names, only 58 are recognized. Next slide. Migration status, 91% were resident and 9% were migratory. Migratory like sandpiper, oriole, greenleaf warbler, Asian paradise flycatcher, and booted eagles were found. Next slide. So conclusion, 92 species were found totally and 45 families, 29 omnivore species and only one is a scavenger, 91 are least concern and only one is endangered, 84 resident and 8 are migratory. So commonly found birds were jungle crow, common myna, jungle myna, rose-ringed parakeet, black drongo, black kite, grey jungle fowl, Asian quail, jungle babbler, white broad wagtail, etc. Next slide. These are the other photos. Looks like my experience next goal. Now I am able to identify about 65 out of 87 species in my project. Also, I have recognized 29 calls of birds. I have helped two birds of different species which fell due to dehydration. So my next goal or my next task is to collect all the photos of birds myself and record their calls as much as possible, and to conduct a survey in places other than Anandavana by other methods rather than all-out search method. Next slide. These are some memories. Next slide. So I am thankful to Vijay sir for helping me in the whole project by introducing me to this bird world, and also I am grateful to my school Pune Pramati for providing me this great opportunity to participate in this lake conference, and also thanks is also due to Anandavana, which offered this beautiful nature to study continuously for 4 years. So I had an easy contact with nature. It helped me to learn about every life more deeply, especially of birds. My thanks to IISC for conducting this lake conference, which improved every child's knowledge and created awareness about nature in different aspects in their mind. And also, I thank my friends. Next slide. Next slide. These are the references I used. All the photos were um, taken by Vijay sir, and other I have mentioned which are there. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, Vedesha. Now let's take the questions from the judges.
Vedesha,
Yes, ma'am.
which is the most dominant bird species in your study area?
There are many abundant birds like jungle myna, common myna, rose-winged parakeet, black drongo, black kite, grey jungle fowl, Asian quail, jungle babbler, etc.
So next question is, you told that you found a scavenger bird. So can you name the scavenger bird?
The scavenger bird was Egyptian vulture. Both scavenger bird and endangered species was only one, that is a
Which
Egyptian vulture.
endangered species?
I couldn't hear.
Which is the endangered species then?
That is also Egyptian vulture.
Okay.
Vadisha, am I audible to you?
Yeah, ma'am.
So in Anandavana, has the bird population decreased over the years or has it increased?
I am not aware of the population of the birds. Hello.
Any other questions for Vedesha? Okay, looks like there are no further questions, Vedesha. So I have a couple of questions for you. The first one is, towards your ending slide, you said you can identify about 65 of 87 species, but your total species you have found is 92. Why is there a difference?
That's a bit mistake in my presentation.
Okay. And also in the last slide, you also mentioned that you would like to do a survey based on other survey methods, sampling techniques. So what sampling techniques do you have in mind?
Like a point count method or R count method.
Okay, and why you were not able to do that sampling technique for Anandavana?
I will do it in further. I have not done yet.
Okay, thank you, Vedesha. So that concludes the session for today. We have completed all the paper presentation for the 10th standard category. So I thank all the students for doing their presentations, and I thank all the teachers for supporting the students and helping them in doing these projects efficiently. And also I thank the principals and the managements of each participating school for choosing to participate in Lake 2020 and giving the students an opportunity to learn and do some extra other activities apart from their regular academics alone. Okay, because most of the schools, I understand when we approached also 10th standard was kept aside. But for all these schools who have participated today, I can see that apart from the academics, they are also encouraged to other forms of learning, which is not shut down. Okay, so I thank all of you, and I thank the judges for giving valuable feedback and also evaluating these projects by patiently listening to them. And I thank the entire scientific committee and the organizing committee of Lake 2020 for organizing the event and conducting these sessions. Now, just one small reminder, all of you students who have presented today, it is mandatory for you all to attend the sessions between 28th to 30th. That's 28th, 29th, and 30th next week. Uh, and we expect you all to listen to the experts and interact with them who are from various domains of environment, and they will be talking their experiences and learnings and sharing with you the knowledge that they have accumulated over the years. Okay, so we expect that, and we also will be noting who are active participants, and TVR sir has mentioned that the person from each category who has the highest amount of participation, who actively participates, there is a possibility that they might be invited to the venue only on the last day, that is the 30th. Okay, so with this, I think it's time to wind up our session for today. Tomorrow we have the session for the 11th and 12th standard as well as the PUC. Morning, it's a poster presentation similar to the last 3 days. And also in the afternoon, it is the paper presentation. So I congratulate all of you in making it all the way till this round, and also wish you all the best for your future endeavors. And I once again thank all the members who have participated today and also streaming in live in YouTube. I request all of you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is EWRG underscore environmental underscore education, for all updates regarding the Lake 2020 and also any programs that we do in future related to the environmental education. Okay, so by saying this, I would like to conclude the session for today. Uh, does anyone, any teachers want to say anything? Any teachers who would like to share something? Okay, no worries. I think they're all logged in from YouTube, so they can leave their comments in the YouTube and we will read that later on. So once again, I thank all of you, and all the best to all the 10th standard students for their exams that are ongoing and also the final exam. Thank you all, and we can sign off now.